Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/ Ronin Pawn, and youtube.com/Ronin Pawn, actually. We're on all of the places, at all of the times, all at once, every day. That's just how we do it. You may note the quality of the me that you're seeing now has deteriorated significantly over the years. So there's a lot of things missing. There's the quality of the video feed that you're witnessing is lesser. We're on the webcam. The webcam is on the other side of the room, and so we've just manually zoomed in. I, however, can assure you that we will at least look half decent when we're over here. When we're over here, huh? You know, this is, and then it's okay. Yeah, the solution with the actual camera, that ain't doing it anymore, Chief. So I've pulled out the old Logitech, and you know, this here, including the low frame rate, because in order to get the brightness up enough, it has to expose each frame quite a while. This is precisely why I fucking goddamn it can't press the right button. This is why I've been looking at webcams that have like lens to do, you know, zoom and focus and stuff like that manually. We don't have that now, so we've got the webcam on the other side of the room. Looked at like ways to maybe get the webcam closer to get it sort of, and I don't know, you fucking tell me. I don't. So yeah, this is it'll do. It's better than nothing, and nothing is what we've been living with for the past 2 live streams. So, welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. Eventually, it will start up. I assure you that. Last time, we began a mission to Minmus. We began the Minmus Polar Expedition. And what that entailed was building it's kind of half already built, but there was a lot of tweaking involved. There was an hour of tweaking at least. Building a drone rover. Come over, Drover. Building a drone rover that we then it's a robotic drone rover that packs up into a very small, tight little thing, and then when you get there. And so building that, putting it on the tip of a rocket, firing it to Minmus, and landing on the surface of Minmus with 12 meters per second of delta V remaining. A perfect mission, or you could say a really poorly executed mission that came very near to failing. I prefer to go with perfect. That's my way of saying that. But yeah, so we landed on Minmus with the rover, and we drove for 3 hours. 3 hours with the goal of collecting all of the biomes worth of data that we can get driving around on the surface of Minmus there. Starting with the poles, we landed on the North Pole of Minmus. We drove down out of the North Pole into the Midlands, and then up into the Highlands, and then finally down into the Lowlands. And right now, I believe, so including the poles, we're up to 4, I believe now we are we have our sights set at the slopes, and then once we hit slopes, we will head to Minmus's Great Flats, and then Minmus's Flats, and that's the mission for today, is to continue our sojourn and collect the last 3 biomes, just 3. However, those last 3 biomes will constitute quite the jog. The Minmus Polar Expedition. Mark 1. What's this? That's some debris still in flight over here, which, by the way, probably should have deleted itself long ago. What's the debris? It's you. And so your apoapse is whatever that says. I can't read it because the people who designed the game are really clever. This one I can read. 34 kilometers, it's been going round and round and round. It should have come down quite a while ago, so we're going to bring it down ourselves. You're terminated. And then we head back out to Minmus, where we've got... well, that's also Debris. That's where we landed, which is actually kind of cool to have a thing that marks where we landed with our probe. Couldn't drop a flag, obviously. This is where we landed, and in the course of 3 hours, we drove all that way down the surface of Minmus. Looks like Minmus is about a 12 to 15 hour drive from pole to pole, if you're ever interested in taking that up. We're on our way to this marker right there. That waypoint, that'll get us the pole, or that'll get us, what'll that get us? That'll get us the slopes. And then we turn hard to the east, and we get the flats and the Great Flats. And then we, you know, head to the back room and squeeze one out. Just celebrate is what I'm saying. We'll... unfortunately, it's about to not be daytime anymore on the surface of Minmus, so we might just have to power down and wait for a minimal day, as they call it. Does somebody call it that? A minimal day? Maybe they do. I don't know. But yeah, we're definitely, the sun's going down over Santa Monica Boulevard over here. And this is our rover, in case you're just joining. It has taken some damage since we landed. It used to have a camera set up so we could look through its stereoscopic camera vision. And then we had a headlight on it. We ran into some rocks, which are plentiful on the surface of Minmus thanks to parallax. And it has made this drive that much more interesting. Because I have to continuously... Ooh, look at that. I have to continuously avoid rocks with physics. We're driving over some of the rocks because they're small enough to not really get in our way. But there are also some rocks that do just get right the fuck in our way. We can keep driving through the night if I can figure out which direction to be going in. If the sun be there... Map. If the sun be there, and it's almost down, and we want to be heading south, then it looks like we're kind of pointed in the right direction. We want to be going almost 90 degrees to the left of where the sun is in the sky. Sun's over there, we're probably heading this way. The way we've been keeping track of that is we get out the old ScanSat something. I guess we get to it. Oh no, ScanSat zoom map, there you go. And so, here's how we've been tracking our progress. I'm going to zoom us in. And you see, this is where we're headed. We're passing through, over the Midlands. We're in the lowlands right now. We move through the Midlands, due south, and we will land in the slopes, as is stated down here while I'm mousing over it. Slopes, Midlands, lowlands. So, yeah. So it shouldn't take us too long to hit slopes from here. I will drive through the night until the battery is looking nasty, and then, you know, and then we'll shut her down and wait for the sun to come back up. And I'll want to try and shut it down in such a way as to meet the sunrise, won't I? I want to choose that carefully. All right, so. Getting back into the driving headspace here. These are all small rocks you can just drive right over them. But I just passed between some of the medium rocks. Those are the ones that'll get you. And we've managed to avoid, you know, we only had one disastrous impact where we lost a piece of the rover so far. We also have a number of emergency procedures that we can enact at any moment. We can turn the SAS on and switch over to radial out, I believe it is. Radial out will flatten us to the surface of Minmus so that, you know, you can just sort of correct any jumping off of the surface type stuff that starts to happen. I don't like what I'm seeing ahead, but I think I see a path through where I go straight through and then swing a left, swing a Louie. before I hit the second group here. I also... nope, this is bad. Bad, but this is why I was saying we've got SAS, we've got radial out, and we just carry on like nothing ever happened. Huh? What are you doing? Wheels down. There you go, buddy. No. No. Now. With your... and then radial out. SAS is cheating, says Michael. No, it's not. It's absolutely... it's a shit. Number one, it's a necessary... fuck. What is... There we go. I don't know why SAS wasn't coming on. I guess I was hitting RCS instead of SAS. I blame you. Are we just like on the side of a hill? Why is it that I've got so much trouble just going straight without tipping over? I just ran into those rocks to show the viewers at home which are the dangerous, like that one you don't want to hit, but these are fine. And I know, because I've been driving. I've just been fucking driving. That's all I've been doing. Look, when we started, we were at the very tip of the screen. We've made it almost 32 pixels south of there. With a 15 times zoom. Uh-oh, I see things that we can't hit. Okay, it's fine. We've never bounced this high, actually. I don't know if that is fine. Well, we're going to find out what kind of speed we end up with. And turn the brakes on. Get the wheels to stop spinning freely there. There you go. And then when we hit the ground, brakes off. We impact the ground at 8 meters per second. No big deal. Except that we've been left in the middle of an unnavigatable grouping of death rocks. Gonna bounce back into orbit at this rate. We just needed a little bit more velocity, but yes, very close. What are you doing? SAS off. I gotta get back into the mode of driving. Once you get, you know what you're doing and you're paying attention, then this is actually quite doable. Yeah. You see, I'm trying to go there without running into, something like this. I've actually lost my sense of direction, too. I'm not sure that we're heading south anymore. Looks like I can get through over here. That's the thing, is, like, driving this, you want to drive in a certain direction, obviously. But you have to prioritize not... What the fuck is going on? Prioritize not getting stuck in the rocks over getting where you're trying to go is the slight issue here. Kenneth says, it's time for rebranding. I'm thinking with all this intellectual masturbation with no usable results, you should be the Onin Prawn? Onin Prawn. Intellectual masturbation with no results. Holy shit. That worked. Jay Peterson? What? I've been watching on loop. It's really on. Where's the sun? I'm going in entirely the wrong direction. I'm going toward the poles at this point. What? It's becoming somewhat difficult to navigate, if I'm honest. In the dark. Radial out. Hate to be honest. But so if I F5 here, and I really do need to figure out, like... Yeah, I managed to get spun around in entirely the wrong direction. So, the sun will rise. It also rises, I have heard. Why are we this far up the fucking Minmus? What? I guess it's because I'm stuck to my guy, so it looks like we're this far up the Minmus, but we're not this far up the Minmus. If that's the direction, the sun should rise. It's going this way, so I should point myself so that we're facing to the right here. God damn it. Brakes off. Now, how long is a Minmus day? Is a good question to ask. Even with the brakes on Minmus, there's... How long is a Minmus day? We're about to find out. We've been up here 10 days so far. I've been watching on loop Jordan Peterson, a sketch by Wizards with Guns is a group I've been watching. And they've got one where it's Jordan Peterson, where the fellow's doing an impression of Jordan Peterson that is just brilliant. Just a brilliant ass impression. Ooh, we went out of comms. We are out of comms. How are we out of comms? We have ECU. Limited probe control. Not connected. No data. How are we out of comms when we have... Look, it's supposed to go you to us. I'm shocked. This has line of sight. It is a relay satellite. Oh no, it's not. Our relays are here. Wow, so this one actually can't bounce it down to us right now? That's crazy. This game is bullshit, is what I want to say to that. Like, from there to you and down. You're 2 million meters above. We've got an antenna on this craft that can handle that. Let's see. Back up to the 100. I don't know, the 1,000, I guess. 1,000 to spin. The sun is rising. We're out of contact, which is the entire point of putting this network into place, was to make it very, very difficult for us to be ever out of contact with the surface of Kerbal. And so, yes, we're on the back right now, but I don't know if you can tell that we absolutely have fucking line of sight with this relay, and the relay absolutely has line of sight with Kerbal, and the antenna that we have on here is rated for, something. I'm pretty sure these antennas all start rated at like millions of meters, so I wouldn't think the problem is that our antenna can't reach 2.1 million meters up. Let's see if we can't confirm that, so that I can be, pissed off about this overcomplicated bullshit system of comms that Squad rolled out into Kerbal, that has simultaneously too many moving parts and is unrealistic. So you managed to come up with just the worst possible, setup. It's like, it's not legible within the game what's going to work and what's not going to work. You literally need a fucking spreadsheet to figure this shit out. And then, additionally, it's not particularly realistic either. So you just made a more complicated and less legible system. There's not even a benefit to, like, well, but it's tricky, but it's real. No, it's not realistic. It's not at all. There's mods to make it realistic. Did you deploy the antenna on the relay? It's a solid lockdown surface mount guy, so no need. KSP antenna. And let's see. It's this one, the Communitron. And transmission speed. Challenge. It doesn't give us range here. It's the Communitron 16S. Antenna rating 500 kilometers. The problem is that this antenna is too fucking pussy. Notice there's no... Is it not here? Why do you have a page for antennas? You don't have a column for the fucking range of the thing. Am I crazy? Cost, mass, max temps, tolerance, electricity, net transmission speed. That just this is the quality of what's available. I always thought the 16S is ostensibly equivalent to the 16. So is the 16 also rated to just 500 kilometers? It is. I swear to God, within Kerbal Space Program in the VAB, there is nothing that works at less than millions of meters. Did I deploy the solar panels on the relay? Yeah, the relays all work. I mean, I would surely believe that they did. We wouldn't have been able to actually maneuver them into place if I had left them unpowered for as long as it took to get them where they needed to be. The relays are online. 500 kilometers, so it's just the idea that this can't talk to that because it's 2 million above. We can lower it, you know. I'm switching over to the headphones here. We could lower both of them so that we're always in range of what it's supposed to be. But we have electric charge, we have our panels deployed, we have 2 relays on here, which actually extends their capabilities. These relays are more powerful when you combine them. Which is why you need a fucking spreadsheet in order to know what anything, is going to work out here. We have enough monoprop on here that I could reposition these so that they're at 500k. And then we'll know, that they'll always work. And I just might do that. I'm gonna F5 before I do that. But this was the whole fucking point of coming out here with antennas first, and still, and I'm in the like lowest. We're playing in like the just the normal mode, not the easy, but normal mode. Not even like, where they take off some of the range of shit and stuff like that, and it's still just unfathomably untrustworthy. So I have to use my RCS in order to, and this probe doesn't have anything but stability assist. Right. Alright. So I would do this on both of them, and then I would set timers, I guess, to come back for when it's time to, get the other side of everything hooked up. That's my plan right now. Which one am I? Oh, I'm on the south guy? Okay. Where's your retrograde, then? They were also, like, their periods were synced very, very closely, but I guess it doesn't matter if I'm changing things. So, we've got RCS. Oh, I see. It's like everything's turned very, very low, I think? That looks like it's... Is that prograde or retro? I think that's retrograde. What is the power rating right here? Yeah, almost nothing, because we wanted to... Just fucking whatever. Anywhere, and are they all affected? Good. Is there different? Why is show actuation toggles on for this one but not for that one? It's a hell of a piece of shit they made, Kerbal Space Program. Okay, here we go. Well, here's retrograde. And I'm going to burn us down. Burn down both the target periapsis with a 5-minute delay between satellites, then FF to periapsis, and then burn down the AP. I don't think I'm gonna fast forward to it. I think it'll take a long, long time, but I am going to try and use the features of the game that I never use, which is like setting a timer for when those maneuvers need to be made. Like, I should be able to do that, right? Kerbal alarm clock, and then we can carry on driving our rover. Give me just a moment here, and I'll see who that was. Okay, bringing the periapsis down. We want to bring it down to 500K. And we got Here's 500K. We want it to be, in fact, let's go for like 475. So that's 475 on this side, and then we switch to the other guy, and we do the same. RCS off. Well, actually, what's the idea? Can I make an alarm for when we reach our periapsis, which will be 5 days from now? Okay. Sphere of influence change in 11 days. What is that about? That shouldn't be a thing. I've set an alarm. Do I need to do anything else? Warp action. Halt the current time warp and return to 1 times speed. Yes. That's what we would want to do. Message. Display an on-screen message. Isn't for the active. Yes. Display even if, yep. Play sound when the alarm occurs. Delete the alarm after messages are closed. Okay. Those are the options. And then event margin is 1 minute. Considering we have to switch to another vessel, give me like 2 minutes. And apply those changes. Okay. 5 days, 3 hours and 30 minutes for that, and we have an alarm set. Now we switch to the other one and we do the same thing, but from his side. And where's Minmus in reference to you? Well, there's Kerbal. There's Minmus. Okay. How you doing on your maneuverability here? Thrust limiter. Come on up to something. And then which direction would it be? I don't know. I don't know what the dorsal side is. I'm just going to start moving us in one direction toward the nearest node. And I guessed right. We're headed toward the retrograde. Let's give you more. Want the maneuver node? I don't understand why there's so much, like, resistance to these to some of these maneuvers. All right, I'm dropping our periapsis. I am doing it right now. You can read it there, or we can watch it over here. And I'm going to 475, right? There we go, 475. Now they're both coming down. And then if we set another alarm, and again we want to do that, and display an on-screen message if the alarm isn't for the active vessel. Wait, display an on-screen message, so then it would always display it, and this would be only display it if the alarm isn't for the active vessel. Okay. Play a sound when the alarm occurs, sure. Delete it, sure. It's fine. Give me, for this one, you know, 5 minutes delay, I guess. And then apply them changes. So both of these are coming up 5 days and 32 minutes, and 5 days and 26 minutes. Okay. Got alarms for them. I'm gonna assume this is something that passed, and it's something that I never intended to exist in the first place, so I'm just gonna... Yeah, I don't understand what that is or why it's there. I certainly didn't put it there. I've never used the alarm clock system before. Leave me alone. And we're fine on monoprop on both of the vessels. Cool. That should help. Winterhound votes Mark 1 debris. Right, that'll always be out there. That was an acceptable debris. And now we can switch back to our rover. And I don't know. We wait until we're... I am. There we go. What I did was I clicked with left and right mouse buttons and just spam them, and eventually the game realized what I was trying to do. Piece of shit. Minmus Polar Expedition Mark 1. We'll switch back down. And maybe we get, enough comms with the craft in order to drive it. Even though we're on the back side of Minmus right now. We'll see. I can turn the brakes on and off. I cannot steer. I cannot, yeah. So we've got no signal. With no signal, I can turn the brakes on and off. No signal equals limited probe control. Okay, guys. Let's, we'll wait and we'll see. There will be a time when we're in the sunlight and we regain control. Just curious up here. Okay. Now we have line of sight with Harvester Massif sight on Kerbal, apparently. So I will be able to drive, and now I should be able to figure out, which direction I'm supposed to drive in too. Where's the sun? It's dead overhead. Wow, look at where we are. On the map, that's not where we are, but that's where we are. Look at that. Yeah, that is where we are. It's a really cool, look at that. Cool looking place to be. Let's get the zoom map back up. Zoom in a bit more. I believe we were able to get everything on screen at 19.5. It looks like I should be able to zoom in even further. Okay, we'll monitor there, and I'll just get south. I'll get my south heading by switching how we're controlling the vessel. So there's forward. We're currently facing east. Because I wanted to, I parked it so that I'd be able to. So we're facing east. Over here is south, due south. Okay, now I know what south is. And now if I switch back to control default, looks like when north is pointed toward the top, we're headed south. Is one way of, I don't know if that's true, but I'm just going to try and keep my directional orientation in mind. You think it let me use action groups and staging without signal because I pre-programmed those actions? From back at the, we scheduled it so that it, on the 11th day, 4 hours and 40 minutes into the mission, we would flip the brakes on and off a bit. Yeah, I remember that. That coding sesh. Bigwigs were like, why are we gonna do that? And we were like, it's you trust us. You just trust us. We know what we're doing. We're just gonna put a little Perl, Python, Java, C assembly in here in order to and some HTML and CSS and JavaScript in order to flip the headlights on and off a couple of times. Oh, fuck you. Yep. Okay. Let's get back on the road again. Just like we did last summer. On the road again. Like we did last year. I like that, because Kerbal Space Program is such a piece of shit, that the story of my solar system here, my planetary, everything that we're doing, the story of my space career is that much more interesting. There's cool stuff going on. Having to, move my comm network to a different, adjusted after it's been installed and stuff like that. That's neat. And it also shows, I thought about it ahead of time. I thought about, I left myself the amount of RCS anyway, so that I'd be able to make adjustments. And it turns out that we needed to make adjustments. And that's neat. So I guess I have Squad to thank for being such horrible game designers and coders for that brilliant little moment. Do you have the SAS strength to hold an extended wheelie? I should think so. But I can't really easily get us into an extended wheelie position. Maybe the next time I slam into a rock and I find myself just happening to be there, I'll just hold it there. The problem is my front wheels actually are pulling. The back wheels, we're not using four-wheel drive here. So only the front wheels have drive. Also, what is north? We're significantly off of just due south here, if I'm reading that correctly. North needs to be more facing up, which would be turning this direction, apparently uphill. We are headed to slopes, you know, so boy can I feel it. Certainly seems that way. But this is more due south now. I think. I believe. I want to just be going straight down there. At 9, 10, maybe even 12 meters per second. Those are the speeds that we hit on our last, on day 1 of this mission. Yeah, up to 11 meters per second. And I do also get the sense that the terrain scatter here from Parallax does have sort of different qualities in different biomes. It's my guess. It feels that way. I don't know that you can make the turn that you're trying to make right now without flipping. But I am trying. Uh-oh. Nope, I made it. Oh! Okay, I just hit nothing there. That was phantom. Uh-huh. Uh-oh. Yeah, slopes. We are headed toward them. Yep. No, I see it. Yeah, I'm with you. I get you. It looks like it's giving us actual projections here, which ScanSat has been very, touch and go with giving us the projections that would help to show which direction we're going in. Looks like we need to be turning right and going more uphill if these projections are accurate. Okay, I do see a thin spot right there. I may be wrong, but it just feels like there was a lot more terrain shit in our way, a lot more scatter coming into our world a lot more frequently. When we were in other biomes. Here it feels like there's more sort of craters, where they're kind of making these circle edges around that. You see what I'm seeing here? Oh, and look, there's a real thing there, right there. You see how it's like a large area where there's nothing, and then they're making sort of the outlines of rings of impacts or something like that. Up toward the poles, it seemed like we were just constantly navigating rocks that we were almost always in. Okay, there we go. Kenneth was just typing, I'm glad we established wheel ground contact control procedures before we deployed. Oh, fuck. Just slow her down, slow her down, slow her down, slow her down. Slow her down. Slow her down. Maybe even skid her out, if possible. Uh-oh. Okay. No, this is good.
You got distracted and forgot to yell at Dry Macien to thank them for resubscribing.
Oh. It was Dramasian? Wow, Dry-Macian. That's interesting what she said. Thank you, Dramasian, for the 76 months of support. That's... You're coming up on a year. You let me know when that year hits, because we'll have a party. Thank you for letting me know that, kind of. Yeah, I did get distracted. Kerbal's fault. It was, you know, being the game that it is, and I had to fill the commentary, you know. Let me get that down again. Okay. Yep. Nose up. Doing fine. Just completely normal driving maneuvers, I think we can all see. Go. And look at all the ground we've made. Yeah, baby. Okay, so in fact we want to be heading a bit west now. And if I'm headed due south presently, then I need to turn a bit more to the right to be headed south by southwest. Or really what we want at this point is plain southwest. Plain old straight up southwest here. So I'll be aiming for this, I guess. Looks thin. Although then it continues is a bit of the problem there. It does. You have to like jog left and then right. Just jog right now. You gotta make your maneuvers in such a way as to keep as many wheels on the ground as you're allowed to, anyway. Okay, can I get some more wheels on the ground? I don't understand why. I guess because we're on such a incredible slope here. It's getting real hard. I think these are real. Yeah, those were real. And we just keep going. Like we don't even care. I mean, we are on the slopes. This is the thing, is we're not quite into the biome yet, but yeah, we are fighting our way up the hillside to get into that biome. I like that when the sun's completely overhead at noon, we lose absolutely no electric charge. "12 meters per second there. Hitting a high speed. Top speed. I can go faster than that, but this is as fast as I've gone on the surface of Minmus. Ooh! Are we just clear? Can I put the pedal to the metal? Wow. Alright. I can finally drop the hammer on this motherfucker. Kenneth says, it was a little disappointing. It's a little disappointing that SAS control only has orbit relative pointing and zero surface relative content other than speed. It would be nice if it could detect, you know, if it could respond to the terrain that's actually underneath us. Look at this. We're there. We're entering the finger of the slopes. I don't know what that shit is. Maybe I'm seeing, you know, other things. But we are entering the finger of the slopes here, and when we've gotten these readings, we get to ride the slopes down at high speed. To the east. Toward that's where we're headed. Look, we can actually see where we're going. Oh, that's cool. Alright, I'm gonna lock the brakes up now. And try. Slowly but surely, you know. Brakes are on, and I'm tapping, you know, reverse. The brakes are most powerful on the back tires to try and hold us down while we're stopping. Look at that. That's our next destination is right there. And we've come to a full and complete stop. Brilliant. Let's take all the data. Temperature scan from the slopes. Seismic from the slopes. Atmospheric from Minmus's slopes. And I think slopes is enough of a unique biome that we should probably kick off Mystery Goo, you know? It's not that easy to get to slopes. I think we should spend it. So, observe the Mystery Goo. Keep the experiment. And now we're going to transmit it all. We should have enough ECU to transmit everything in one burst. Although, we only have 75% strength to Kerbal, that may affect... Like, that's the... I don't know. Like, it's a hyper-complicated system that also sucks. So, it's kind of hard to know what the effect is going to be. But look at where we're perched right there. Just right on the tip. And we're going to ride down there and into these guys. That's the next goal. Let's F5. Make sure to bounce up to get to flying over Minmus Science. I haven't been doing that yet. Transmit data, transmit data. Transmit all. Okay, so it looks like you're transmitting the worst of them first, which is this guy. The seismic accelerometer. Costs us 300 to transmit. And then everything else is like 60 to 100 to transmit. And that's it. We used up both of our canisters, one for the poles, one for the slopes. And now we don't even really need the map. Because I'm pretty sure I can tell where I'm headed. Yeah. And this is going to be a fun little sled ride down until we start running into terrain scatter anyway. What's that? It's terrain scatter anyway. Alright, F5, and let's go. So it's this one that we want to head to, not that one, this one. No, when did I switch to orbital speed readings? SAS off. Okay. Oh, hey. There's a shot for you. Feel free to get your screenshots now. Oh, did I hit F12? So yeah, no power consumption needed. We're just rolling down the hillside here. Although I presume we will start to, you know, see some scatter again that I'll have to steer. I think turning the wheels off and using SAS to tilt up, then quickly down will give you enough airtime for the observation. I haven't been doing that, so I'm not gonna. not gonna. That sounds like another mission. The rover mission has to make sense for the rover. Look at that. And unassisted, no power, we're up to 16 meters per second. Fastest that we've gone on the surface of Minmus in this craft. Still looking clear ahead. It's the edge of the scatter. But we look like we got just a clear sled ride. Potentially all the way down. Jesus fuck. It's well-timed X-Files blast, Tremacian. 21 meters per second. I'm starting to get worried. Oh. There's a little scatter. Just a little touch of it there. 22 meters per second. You know, the amount of, like, speed that you need to break orbit with Minmus is like 100 and something meters per second. We're starting to, yep, we're starting to slip. Yeah. We're like 180 meters per second, and you're back in orbit. So at 22, that's a lot. That's a lot, especially for a wheeled vehicle. Okay, I probably shouldn't have played around with that. Radial out is the way to go. Certainly. This is fine, though. This is as long as I can keep my wheels, you know, toward the terrain. They take the impact. We're at 25 meters per second now, relative to the surface. We're making good ground. That's not good. So we go in reverse. What have we got back there to break? The license plate, I guess. If I were to switch us over to manual SAS control, then maybe I could, you know, do something, but I think also I could probably just, you know, fuck everything up. Let's see if I can't fuck everything up. So, 0 should switch me into different SAS mode, and now I should have the ability to control things. Okay. There you go. I managed to put it back down. 0 puts us back into regular old SAS mode, the mode that we were using. But we are going at 26 meters per second. And there is stuff ahead. I'm turning the brakes on. And we are losing 0.1 meter per second. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. I have to resist. I have to definitely pull back here. Against the hillside. Try and get us down to a reasonable rate of speed. I don't think we're going to get down to a reasonable rate of speed. 17, 16, 15, 14, 12, 11, 10. We're safe. We're safe. Wow. I'm awesome. Have you seen the size of my dick? Just nailed it. SAS off. Just nailed it. I think I handled the bouncing rover just fine. I don't know. I think my method was exactly appropriate for the situation. 10 meters per second. Look at how much ground we covered. We did most of this, journey from the frickin' pole, the North Pole of Minmus, at probably an average speed of like 7 meters per second, because I was hitting like 8, but then, there's stopping, and there's, is running into things and whatnot, and then I'd get it up to 10 occasionally, but 7 or 8 meters per second was probably our average speed for the entire journey until now. It looks clear. There you go. Those wheels back down. I see this spot right here. Looks thin. At 9. Uh-oh, I see a big thing. I'm going to the left of it. Good. And now I see a very big thing. I'm going to aim for here. Right there. Are we in chase, by the way? Here now. Through here. But we, basically we made more ground at 25 meters per second than... It just took a long time to get where we were going. There you go. Get them tires back on the surface. I think we're still headed toward the... You want to be going down the hill. I'm going to get past this mess and I'll turn to the right. I don't know that there is a past this mess. I was going to turn to the right there, and I'm like, where? Where are you going to go through? At what point? Okay, maybe there? Ahead? And, it's very, very Tokyo Drift. It's very, like, driving on ice on Minmus. It's the lack of gravity. Again, I would like to turn down the hill, but the scatter dictates my maneuvers. Okay, now we can just cruise toward the seaside. Stop. 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 Okay. I don't mind two-wheeling it. Look at this. Look at how nice and smooth the terrain is becoming, like the normal mapping for the terrain. This is very good. It's just really highly polished, this experience. It's more and more beach-like as we approach, you know, the water. I don't see a way through. Okay. This might work. I call that the ninja star technique. It's one way of navigating the surface of Minmus. I'm going to give myself a fair bit of credit here for having designed a very robust little rover that has managed to survive everything we could throw at it on Minmus, except for we lost the headlight. That's the main thing. F5 here, we've made so much progress, I came to a stop to get us a quick save. We're almost down to the flats, and then... like, are we going to have terrain scatter on the flats, or is it just going to be, you know, wide open? Because this is all, you know, stone and, like, it matches the terrain, right? So we won't see the same kind of scatter on the flats if there's going to be scatter. It might just be wide open, and that would be brilliant, as we could just open this sumbitch up and see if we can't beat our land speed record on Minmus of currently, like, 25 meters per second. I mean, a lot of that was bouncing, but I'm pretty sure there was a time at which we were doing 25 with 4 wheels on the ground. I'd love to beat that. Beat our top speed. Right through there. No headlights on a vehicle that can only drive when Kerbal is up? Whatever shall we do? Oh no. I mean, really, I'm avoiding the fact that, like, we put a couple of cameras on this thing, which, you know, make it a lot more realistic. If I just leave the brakes on, but I don't resist. Does that sort of manage our speed on the steep downhill? For the realism, losing those cameras would have meant, you know, now we just can't see where we're even going on the surface of Minmus with the drone. But that's a mod, so it doesn't count. Yeah, leaving the brakes on here seems like a way to go. Alright, alright. What is the name of this mod again? Parallax. Parallax is... you think they're just making the thing look pretty. But no, you realize, like, how much gameplay was not in Kerbal Space Program because their scatter was only visual, and there were very specific objects that actually had physics, the scannable kind of stuff. Like, having this in here, it's not just about the visuals. This is changed how we played the game. It gives us, like, new problems to solve. If I were to build another rover to come to Minmus, trying to learn from what we experienced here, honestly, I'd probably just build this one again because I fucking nailed it out of the park. But, you know, I'm saying, like, having confronted this sort of terrain, and everything that Parallax has added here. This is gameplay. This isn't just it looks a million times better, which, by the way, this is... now there's a reason to, like, get the better tires that are the ruggedized tires that can handle, slamming into things at higher rates of speed, and, it starts to make sense. Bigger tires that can go over the larger chunks of things that are out here. I think some of those are real. No? Alright, good. Yeah, this is amazing. Germasian says, you can believe you have a 360 camera mounted on a pole off the back of the rover to give you the above view. That's the thing that I've been saying is, whenever you're doing a game like this where you've got this kind of camera, I would consider, especially in sci-fi scenarios where you can say that the technology has come a long way and blah, 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 and, the whisker system that Sequest, had for its submarine, which is based on something real, but just saying that the cameras actually, they exist, and they have a limitation, they have a limited range and that kind of thing, and also would limit how quickly you can move them to change your perspective, which would be a unique thing that might feel really bad. But, I would give it a shot, and see if it isn't worth it feeling a little bit awkward that you can't just get exactly the angle you want in exactly the moment you want it, because you get that strong sense of realism that, yeah, this is how this would work. Look at this. It's looking almost like a straight shot to the water's edge now. Right through there is what I'm seeing. Wow. How far we've come. Now there's more scatter coming into focus. I'm gonna... Brakes again. SAS. Radial out. Tires down, please. SAS. Radial out. Wheels down, please. It's looking okay. And we have made it to Minmus's flats. Holy shit. And the flats ain't so flat. Look at this. Look at this. Parallax has added a certain amount of bumpiness to the flats. Or is it just incredibly effective normals? It's just incredibly effective normals. When I look at it like this, it looks like there's bumps to it. It never had this look in, stock Kerbal. That's brilliant. That's some brilliant shit. Oh, but how far we've come. Let's come to a full and complete stop. Get ourselves an F5. Would like to remind we have not quick loaded since we landed on the surface of Minmus. F5. Now, number one, we're here. We started there, we went to there, and look at how quickly we covered from there to there. That was nothing. That was 15 minutes or something. This was 3 hours. From there to there, 3 hours, 15 minutes. Let's gather the data for Minmus's lowlands. Alright, we're not quite into the biome yet, apparently. This is showing some other shit from where we were before. Okay. Here we are. I mean, we know which direction we're heading now. But yeah, we're very close to it. We'll just drive a bit and then see. But so yeah, we want to be heading east and a little bit north even. So I guess I'll just aim for for kind of that side of things. We want to be heading high so that we can get to the just plain old flats. We're on Minmus's Great Flats right now, but this here is Minmus's Flats. Plain old average ordinary. And now we get to do that thing, which is see what sort of top speed we can hit on the surface of Minmus, on these flats, under our own power. We got up to 25 meters per second coming downhill. Now it's our own wheels making it. Flat Minmus Society. Electro Llama's here as well. In my headcanon, says Kenneth, for magical or sci-fi third-person shooters, fantasy has a flying familiar watching your back. And sci-fi has an AR drone providing you a tactical perspective. And it really pisses me off that we can't shoot down or jam or locate transmissions from the drone/familiar. See? It could really just be there. It could... Okay, there's some terrain scatter, but that's kind of off the flats. I think the flats are going to remain safe. Alright, keep stepping on the gas, Pawn. You can... You know, we're here for a land speed record. And 26 meters per second. That might be it, by the way. We're on the Great Flats. The Great Flats have an ore of 7.24%. That's pretty good. $27 meters per second on the surface of Minmus. And just covering crazy friggin' ground. "27 was the fastest downhill," says Jermaine. Oh, you were keeping an eye on it, huh? Well, welcome to 28 meters per second. Not only are you going fast, you have 4 on the floor, says Kenneth. I think we're going to hit 29 as long as we don't run out of terrain. Which... Look at... We're already like halfway across? Not quite. Come on, 29. 28.7. We might be at top speed here. 28.7 meters per second might just be this vehicle's top speed until I activate the motors back here. Motors are now enabled on the rear wheels. And it's having no effect. Okay. Oh wait, motor 0.0. Wait, is that a thing that I can change? No, I guess I, made these motors completely dead, so it doesn't matter. 28.7 meters per second, that's our land speed record with this vessel, with this vehicle on the surface of Minmus. Wheelie time? I'm afraid to turn it slightly to the right like we clearly need to do at these speeds. Oh yeah, and there's real shit out here too. We could at any time, like, come across one of those little rocks that you're supposed to bring a scanner out for. I'm no longer accelerating us. But I am gonna try and nudge us to the right a little bit. Tap the yaw. I think I need to start slowing us down, honestly. How much further do we have? There's a lot of yeah, but you're going very fast. I mean, worst case scenario, what? We slam into a rock and then we have to quick load for the first time. Yeah, that would suck. I don't want that. Friction is not slowing us down here at all, just so we're clear. Okay, I can start to see, like, stuff. So now I'm gonna turn the brakes on. In fact, is that something, like, dead ahead? Radio out should be actually kind of fine. For this. Because we're flat. We're flat as can be. So SAS and radial out should be fine. I love how that looks on the surface of Minmus. Pretty nice here. There's a change in the appearance of the terrain coming up. It's just reflections, or what am I seeing here? I think at 14 meters per second, I'll let us go now. We can get the data while we're moving in the Great Flats. So temperature, seismic, and atmospheric pressure. And that was beautiful. That was lovely. That was wonderful. Shall I stay on the flats and head over there, maybe? I think I just might. Uh-oh. Okay. at 13 meters per second. Brakes are still on, by the way. There we go. I slowed us down quite a bit. Uh-oh. I don't like that. Alright, we're fine. As long as we're coming to a stop. We'll grab ourselves another F5. And we'll transmit. So this is our Great Flats data that we're sending along. Oh, thank you for that lava lamps here. 28.7 meters per second was 64.2 miles per hour. I love it. And we have transmitted all that data. And now we're heading up the sandy shores of Minmus to get to the regular flats. This was the Great Flat over here, but this is just a regular old average, ordinary, everyday flat. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty clear. What's that? That's something. What do you figure that is? What planet do you figure that is? Because it's something in the sky there. I do have distant objects installed. Okay, so heading off to the left won't hurt us. You get the balls. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. That looks like we could get through there. But it's too late now, so I'm just going to try and put my wheels into the... Okay, okay. Hey. I know what I'm doing. Ish. Ish. Restore your initial wheel configuration to make sure you have your expected handling. I did. It's the engine is off. The motor is disabled anyway. I don't know that it really makes a difference because it looks like... Oh, that looks like the way to go through here. Oh, hello. Yeah. This is good. It's one way to get through. It looks like the motor was... I set the motors to just have like 0 power anyway. So... I don't know that it matters whether they're enabled or disabled. I can see a path through there. We really need to be heading down the... Oh, hey, I intended that. That was... Yep. I mean, we just gotta push through some rocks here. There's serious rock fields in the lowlands between these two lakes. Wow. Thick. We're going at a completely safe speed and a highly navigable one too. I can turn a lot at these speeds, see? Just spin out. There's the wheelie we wanted. Yeah. God damn it. That looks like a good place to cut through. But it also seems as though we've already missed that opportunity. There you go. Nope. Damn wheels down. Push through here. Which looks a little bit dangerous. SAS off. Okay. All 4 on the floor again. That looks thin enough. That looks even thinner. And I'm already kind of turning in that direction, so let's try it. Yep. Looking good. No way through. Maybe over here. See this left turn ahead? And then, like, through there. That looks real, though. Those look real. Whereas... Yep. Like that, and then is it a clean straightaway to the shore? Uh-huh. Hammer down, pedal to metal. Just go. Alright. This is our destination, by the way. This is what we came here for, and once we're here, we will have done this, like, polar excursion, this rover drone polar mission. It will have taken us a total of, like, 4.5 hours. Uh-oh. Let's just slow that down. There is a little bit of shit here. It looks thin, it looks unproblematic, but still, you know. Yep, we're good. And we've done it. I mean, we gotta drive into the middle of it a bit, because Kerbal's a little bit stupid about these things. Yeah, we are at our destination now. So I'm gonna hit the brakes. SAS, radial out, and then just spin it out, just skid it out to a full and complete stop. No? Alright, maybe with the SAS off I can... And then the SAS back on, and then... Yeah. There you go. We're here. We've landed. Our final destination. Minmus's Flats. Temperature, seismic, and atmospheric pressure scans from it. Transmit. Wait. We will not have enough power to transmit as of present. Let's go ahead and warp a bit. Turn the vessel to face the sun a little bit more. And I think I will do. We'll get a full charge. We'll line up with it so that in future, if we ever come back to it, it should have its best possible charge. Okay. F5. Transmit. Transmission begun. Still 75% strength. Back to Kerbal went through via the KSC. See, and that's like part of the... If this antenna can communicate with the KSC, but it can't communicate with the relay antenna. It's like, it's a logical problem, you know, in the mind, because if the relay antenna that's bouncing it down to me has a range of, you know, 40 million or something like that, then even though my antenna's range is only 500,000, then it should be overwhelmed by the relay, right? The way that the ground relays overwhelm this reach of only 500,000. But apparently that's not how it works. Apparently, from antenna to antenna, from antenna to relay, if either of them is too short, you know, if either of them doesn't have the range, then it just doesn't work. And it's just, it's just, the whole thing is like logically inconsistent and overcomplicated, and, you know, we've made it work anyway. We're on our way to repositioning a pair of satellites to make it work. And Mephistopheles is here. Love that the first sound I hear upon joining is Pawn making fake car screeching sounds. We did it. That was the entire mission. We landed on the poles of Minmus here, and we never quick loaded, by the way, in our whole journey from the poles into the highlands. So it's poles and then midlands and then highlands and then lowlands, and then there was a big stretch until we managed to make it over to here, which was the slopes. And then having hit the slopes, we came downhill at 27 meters per second to the surface of Minmus's Great Flats, and then we went at 28 meters per second, 28.7 meters per second across the Great Flat to finally Minmus's Flat, and, you know, Any other biome that we want to get to is just a ridiculous journey to only hit one biome. You know, this was a really efficient map to hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 biomes with a rover that has, you know, gathered us all kinds of incidental information, or you know, we just imagine that there's things that we know about Minmus now other than just the science that we're sending back. That's the mission. And we completed it, and you know, also look at fucking look at, you know, just wow. Look at that ice. Look at them flats. Look at that terrain. Look at the scatter over there. Alright, fine, it's time to wake up. Yeah, so this is just parked now. It lives here.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
We need to pay ourselves. And then we probably will take an ad break, and then we'll come back and we'll do the other part of this mission that we started up. So the other part of this mission that came into being while we were doing this mission is that our relay antennas, they're too high apparently to work with the weakest antenna on Minmus. So we're bringing them down to below 500K, where they should always work. Although that said, if you're here and you're communicating with one that's like over here, then it's more than 500K, you know. So maybe we want to bring this down even further. Maybe we want these down at like 300 kilometers rather than just 475, which is where I was going to have them. Well, once they are down to 475, the amount of time it takes for them to, you know, make an orbit will be a lot less, and we can make those kind of adjustments in, you know, right now we're waiting 5 days for each of these to get down to its periapsis. And it'll just be hours when we make the adjustment. So, yeah. That split alert just made my headphone-wearing ears bleed. Okay, so then what are we doing? We need to pay ourselves for this mission. So let's get out the calculator. In fact, here's our calculator. This was a science mission. We came for science. There's no physical science return. There's no crewman required. The number of spheres of influence that we went past over LKO. Okay, above low Kerbal orbit, we went high Kerbal orbit. Anything that we go past, any entity we go past, so the moon counts. So HKO, then the moon, and then we went into the high Minmus, because Minmus is our destination. So high Minmus, low Minmus, and then we landed at the poles. And then it was Minmus Highlands, Minmus Midlands, Minmus Lowlands, Minmus Slopes, and then the Great Flats and the Flats for 11 biomes. I think that's the number. And so 11 biomes. Were there any exotic or exacting orbits? We had to land on the pole. That's not really in the spirit of it. Extra crafts in the group. I'm gonna say that no. I mean, we made a rover, but it's not an extra craft. That was the craft. You know, we launched the rover, so that's the thing. Is it a milestone mission? First rover on the surface of Minmus driving across. I don't think it's a milestone mission. Is this the first thing we've ever touched down on any body that wasn't Kerbal? Have we ever landed anything on the surface of anything before? I don't think we have. This might be a milestone mission just because it is the first time that we have touched down on the surface of a celestial body that was not Kerbal. I think that would be considered a major milestone. We touched land. And so a scientific mission where we passed through 11 SOIs. We went from flight over Kerbal to LKO to HKO to H Mino to LMM Mino. It's above everything above LKO. If we look at this per biome SOI above LKO, plus the high and low of the source and the destination. But that's how we count it. So we don't count anything below. We don't count low Kerbal orbit. We don't count anything below low Kerbal. You encounter moon on your way up. No, and we wouldn't count it anyway. Like, well, yeah, we would if we used it as a slingshot or something like that. But we count the moon as something we went past. And that's the idea is, in my head, you're trying to create a system to give yourself bonuses that's fair. And in my head, you want those bonuses to stack so that the further out you go, the more a mission is worth, right? If we go to Duna, then we need to get, bonus points stacking up for how far we've gone. So a mission to Duna would go from LKO past HKO, past the moon, past Minmus into Solar, and then it would be high over Duna, low over Duna, and then the biome that we land in Duna, and it would be, 7 biomes to do anything on the surface of Duna. And that's how you make things more and more valuable the further away from Kerbal you get. That was my idea behind it. I think this is the right number. And so the way that this works out is because it's a science mission, what we're adding multipliers to is the 35,000 there, but there's also a $10,000 just flat bonus, static pay for it being a science mission. So it's 35 grand times 550%, and then plus 10,000, that gets us 237,500. The amount of money that we currently have is unknown to me. Let's head back to the Space Center. Don't worry about it. I'm keeping the calculator up so that we have the numbers. So I currently have 801,073. 801,073. So when we pay ourselves, we want to get as close as we can to 1,038,039 because we would round up at 38,600. 1,038,000. So I'm bringing up the cheats menu behind the thing. Just bear with me. So 1 million, so we go up by 100,000, 200,000, and then I said 30 something, 38. $38, 573. At 0.73, we would round up, right? We would go to 39,073 because it's you round up if it's yeah. So 1,039,073 is the number. Okay. How did that happen? Who brought that up? I think we passed moon, but the moon wasn't there when we were, so it doesn't really matter. No, it's about passing. It's about going past celestial bodies. If you have to enter into their space, then you get, you count the biomes for the space that you entered into also. But if you just went past them from Kerbal, we went above. The moon was between us and, orbitally speaking, you count that. If we want to get paid for the moon or Minmus, then we should make sure that we encounter them. No, I just explained all of this. I just explained.
$1 million. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha.
That the point of this mathematical system is so that the further you go out, the more money you make. And so Minmus has to make more money than the moon, and so we get points for passing the moon, orbitally speaking. That's the whole thing. That's the idea. So there, 1,039,073. We are officially millionaires for the first time in this program. And it recently rained at the KSC. So we have these lovely little puddles. Reflective puddles. And the cool thing, in fact, I think it's probably worth showing. If I load up... No, I didn't want to go into the spaceplane hangar. Let's load up, like, something onto the runway. I just didn't need to come in. Let's put a tank out on the runway. Nobody needs to be in it. If there's somebody in it, they can be. A transfer to Minmus using a moon boost takes extra effort and planning, where a direct transfer to Minmus ignores the moon unless it was in the way. If we were doing that, then we would get points for passing through Minmus moon high and moon low. So that's how you would get more points for that as well. But Jesus Christ, Kenneth, like, why do you have to be a fucking... You're in a mood today, man. You goddamn, like, oh, I think I got a better way. Watch this reflection stuff, okay? So see how wet we are and how much reflection we've got? This is a feature of the new... Wait, brakes on. Feature of the new... BlackRack's latest volumetric clouds is that these are going to slowly but surely dry up over the course of the day. See that? See this puddle? I don't know if this was actually functioning in the previous version. If you just watch the size and the shape of that puddle over the course of the day, it's slowly... Look at now. See how it's like... That part is a lot less reflective now, and now we've just got... Well, maybe I'm not, but... Let's see if I speed up the... Speed up the,
If you fire your gun,
warp.
does it ripple?
If it's raining, it does do, like, raindrops and ripples, on the surface now. That's another thing that got added. But yeah, see it just drying up slowly but surely over the course of the day? The reflections are, you know, if my machine were a little bit more powerful, our reflections would be at a higher frame rate, probably, of the clouds passing overhead. But if I zoom out, you see what's left of the puddles that we started with. Back down like this.
This is your program. I may disagree on some details, but I'll still enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, I explained the logic behind it, and it's I don't know. If you disagree, then you're wrong and I'm right. That's what I'm saying. By the way, we have the ability to fire this tank. Oh god, I just destroyed the VAB. There we go. And then I think it actually, like, it kind of got wetter again because we went overnight to another day, and so the dew of the morning, like, this is the level of complexity that now exists in this sort of weather and humidity and moisture management system. Is that, like, these puddles form and then evaporate and then reform because of the dew on the ground and there's no storm coming by. I don't want to pass too much time just watching puddles dry, but I mean, look at what BlackRack has done to Kerbal Space Program. There it goes. That's brilliant.
Indeed, the streamer is right, and we just watch him burn the world.
If I could find some gasoline. Yeah. And then it didn't dry up, though. Didn't dry up entirely. It's just kind of crazy that there's this much, like, variability to it. It does dry up eventually. But I think because, did you notice, while I was warping through that day, we were, like, inside a cloud, or rather, we had fog. We had a serious bout of fog that came through. And now we're overcast, so potentially, like, that might be part of the calculation to decide whether or not this is supposed to dry up yet or not. Is, you know, it's kind of overcast, so there's less heat, there's less sunlight on it. Oh, and now we're getting rained on. And look how you can just see the rain front coming through. I hope it rains. Yep, here we are. So we're now raining, and if I get right down on the ground... Welcome to Kerbal Space Program in 2026. This is the absolute latest. I don't even know if it's available off of BlackRack's Patreon right now. Which I subscribed for a month, and so I still have, like, the valid link. But, you know, I'm no longer. I'm living in poverty over here. The fact that I said I'm gonna support this man for what he's done even for 1 month is you know, that's it. But look at that. We got friggin' raindrops on the water. This is just, oh fucking hell! That's beautiful. That's utterly beautiful. Oh, that's right. We can actually zoom, or we can go as long as we want here. Because when I bring this thing in, I can always revert. Yeah. I'm happy to show off the, you know, reflective surfaces and all this kind of stuff that's, if it's not currently available in Volumetric Clouds by BlackRack mod, then it will shortly be available. If you want it right now today, find BlackRack's Patreon page. Patreon.com/something, probably BlackRack is what I would guess. But you go find that and become a subscriber, and you'll get a link to early access for BlackRack updating their mods. Creator of almost every mod that makes KSP look gorgeous. Makes the atmosphere and environment look gorgeous. Yep, spin that back around. And then, what was the key where if you get hit, you're supposed to press... That's the tank I designed. And it was able to half fire one more time, but now it's out of electricity. And now we revert the flight to before any of this ever. This never happened. The latest leaked release is version 5. I believe this is version 5 at this point. That's really, like, leaked? Like, is it really? Is it a... Were you just using that as a word, but... Like, if people are, like, members of his Patreon, and then they're, like, undermining the point of the early access thing that helps him make the tiniest amount of a couple of bucks off of all of the work that he's done, then, like, just fuck all of you people. It's one thing to pirate GTA 5. It's another thing... to fuck a Kerbal Space Program modder out of $6 because you can't wait a week for him to release the full version. That's a whole other thing. I'm going to hope that that's not the actual case. There's a website dedicated to cloning Patreon, Pixiv, etc. posts. I see. So it's just incidental that Blackrock is caught up in the larger thing. You know what? I could have swore that just by visiting a Patreon site using the Tor browser that I was, like, had access that I felt like I shouldn't have somehow. I wasn't intentionally doing it, I just happened to have the Tor browser open, and I pulled up somebody's Patreon page, and I was like, why can I see all of this stuff? I'm not a member of their... I'm not sure if that's true or not, but curious one way or the other. We have come to the end of the first segment of this live stream. Ahead, we have an alarm clock set to go off when it's time to do a certain mission. Yes, 4 days from now, we're supposed to make some adjustments to our comms net at Minmus. So that's what we'll do when we come back from this live stream break. We completed the Minmus Polar Expedition. Okay, somehow I was trapped. I was pressing buttons and nothing was happening. A subscriber to an individual must be logged into Patreon and visit a scraping leak. To an individual. Logged into Patreon. I don't know. But yeah, meet me back here in 7 minutes. And we will carry on with today's activities. Was there a place that we left off in the music? Looks like it was on Diamond Ortiz's music. I don't think this is a song I can play. No, that doesn't exist anymore. Nor does that one. Maybe this still exists. Maybe back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn that out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on youtube.com/Ronin Pawn. Somehow! Mr. Vetnadal. Happy New Year, Mr. Vetnadal. It's a New Year's miracle. 67 months of subscriptions from Mr. Vetnadal. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you for the 67. It's almost a year. Thank you for the ongoing support, and welcome everyone back to Kerbal Space Program. Shut up, good lords. I love you, but you need to shut your damn mouth. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. We just completed a hell of a mission. We just completed the Minmus Polar Expedition, which was a mission to go out to Minmus. Where is it? Why doesn't scroll wheel work? Okay. To go out to Minmus, and we landed on it here. This is our engine that got us from Kerbal all the way to Minmus, and then we drove all the way along here down to there, and then all the way along here down across the Great Flats and all the way over to the flats there, hitting a top speed of 28.7 meters per second, which is apparently around 65 miles per hour, if I remember correctly. And in the process of that mission, we found out that we do not get communication with Kerbal when using the weakest antenna that the game has to offer from our comm system, which used to be just, circular around here. So we have dropped the periapsis down to a range where we might get constant communication, but I'm thinking even that might not be right. Right now we're dropping down to below 500 kilometers to 475, but we might need to get even closer because of the idea of sort of off-axis communications while you're, if you're over here, but you're communicating with that one over there, how many, 1,000 meters does that add into the mix? And so we'll see. We're going to drop down to 475, and we'll see for each of these. This mission is coming up in the next 4 days, is the timing for that, in which time we could do another mission. I guess we could try and squeeze another launch in. If we were going to send another rover to, say, the moon, the same rover that we just sent to Minmus, what if we repacked it to land on the moon, which I've already got in my head, like how that could be done. We've got the moon. Can I see? Is there a... Alright, that's ore. Can I see biomes for the moon from this menu? because I'm sure we've got a, I'm not sure, actually, but I would expect that we've got a camera on that thing that would have collected biome data. Kenneth, sorry, you asked during the break, didn't see the marquee, was that the Thing of the Hill Keem? It was the Thing of the Hill Keem. Also consider that with the headphones lower, they have a smaller footprint. You'll eventually need more than 2 for full coverage. Yeah, we'll have, like, outages. But I'll be interested to see how rare they are, but, you know, we have complete outage on the backside of the moon right now with the system as it is, so... I guess we could launch more headphones at Minmus right now and set up a 4-banger network where they're on either side. That's a thing that we could be doing. I would want to see the biomes of the moon, and so apparently the best way for me to do that is to go fly this, I guess. And I can get that data. Or maybe I could have just pulled up ScanSat, even in the KSC menu or something. Yeah, see, this one has done a mapping of the moon, so I should be able to... Yeah, let's pull up ScanSat, the big map. And it does seem as though we're at the moon here. Give me a... just a rectangular projection. This is Minmus, so it didn't switch. Here's the moon, and this is the moon's biomes. Now here's the thing. The idea... Oh wow, look at what moment we happen to be at. We just happen to come out when this satellite is passing dead over the top of the moon, and so we got to see it, you know, flip from one side to the other with great speed. Trying to go to the moon with this little rover, it's an entirely different thing. If we were to send the rover that I sent to Minmus, to the moon, that would be a fairly ridiculous premise, to be frank. Is that the other pole? What are you? You are the other pole. Alright, so shift back up, shift back up. I want to be looking more or less at the equator. This is more or less the equator. So we would want to find, like, a location on the moon where we could hit a bunch of biomes without having to drive that far, if we were to try and replicate our moon mission. And so I'm definitely looking at, like, areas like this. If I were to zoom in over here... Like, what's that in the middle there? Midland craters, and then lowland craters, and then twin craters, and then outside of it is just midlands. So that's, you know, right there would be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you could actually drive up into the highlands, too. Or you could land on the highlands and drive down. Yeah, if you land on the highlands there and then come down, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are all right next to each other. That would be the kind of, you know, mission to plan, because the moon is so much larger than Minmus that there ain't no landing at the poles and driving south, you know, unless you want it to take 7 days long, and then you call it the, you know, Kerbal Polar Expedition. 2 or 3 polar orbit and 2 or 3 equatorial orbit give you full coverage. You have flown the headphones successfully on a dedicated mission. I would say that qualifies the system for a high-paced deployment to put 45 of them in orbit of Kerbal. Just reflying the same mission until you have a full belt of relay satellites around Kerbal. Actually, so during the live stream break, I also was thinking about, and I don't necessarily think that this is, I don't think this is necessary, but it's an idea where, Kenneth, you were, suggesting that there needs to be something to differentiate, like when we pass by for our calculations, for our calculator, our mission, how do we get paid around here? There needs to be something to differentiate, to give value to, like a Hohmann transfer at the moon, which does have some value because you would be going high and low, and so you'd get points for that already in the system. The only thing that I was considering was we could add it so that the idea of passing by any entity gets counted as the entity itself, and then if you pass through any of its biomes, then you get points for those biomes as well. And so the moon would be, the moon is 1, and then high over the moon and low over the moon would be 2 more that you could get if you passed through them, if you had to pass through them. And I don't think we've had a mission like that yet. So, it's nothing that we would have to go back to do right or anything like that. But that's my only idea for like being able to merge, to bring in the concepts that you were proposing there to our system, because we still got to maintain the whole premise, the most fundamental premise of it. Why are you doing that? When I move you zoom out. I need that. The most fundamental premise is that we need a system where the further that you go away from Kerbin, the more valuable the mission becomes. So there's Midlands Craters, and then Canyon, and then outside of it would be Lowlands, Midlands, and then if we drove all the way down at the far side Crater. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, you are in a canyon, so trying to get up into the Midlands from, the canyon to the Lowlands to the Midlands, and then through there. It's also it's a pretty long drive. I just like the idea of doing that drive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's the same amount of stuff as if we did another one. If we did one of the other ones that we looked at. Highlands isn't that far from there either. If you drove all the way down there and then you went along the crater and you came over here, then you could hit Highlands for 6. But that is getting big. This is only zoomed into 4.8. Yeah, on the moon, probably that would take as 5 hours or something like that to drive from there to there. I don't know. The moon's big, and we're only zoomed in 4 times, so that's probably a lot. I don't know that it makes sense to deliver a rover to the surface of the moon the way that it made sense to deliver one to the surface of Minmus. The moon is just too goddamn big to drive a little thing over. That said, NASA did send one to, to Mars. So, they weren't planning to cover the whole area, so it would be like this kind of a mission where you pick a particularly interesting landing site. I'm always interested in this area. I like this. Every time I've seen it, I'm like, ooh, that canyon right here. So that would be canyon, and then crater, and then highlands. Ooh. And then midlands, lowlands, and midland craters are all in this vicinity. So I guess what you would probably try and do is land here in the east far side crater right at the entrance to the canyon, and then head up the canyon, and then into the highlands. But that canyon being in the highlands, actually, that'll be incredibly steep to try and go up the canyon from the highlands. I don't know if you'll be able to get out of the canyon until you drive all the way to, like, the Midlands or something like that. So that's So maybe you start in this little midland crater where it's the lowlands, or no, where it's a midland crater, but then it's surrounded by the lowlands, which is what? How is a midland crater surrounded by lowlands? That doesn't seem quite right. No, it makes sense because the crater is the impression, and then as you go up, it's sort of, instead of having slopes like Minmus has, it's just lowlands into midlands. All right, fair enough. So midland crater, then you head through the lowlands, you catch the corner of the midlands, maybe here. In fact, yeah, you go from the midland crater to the lowlands, to the midlands, highlands, and then you yeehaw yourself down the side of the crater, or down to the canyon floor, and then you drive the canyon floor all the way to the east far side crater. That's an interesting mission, and it's a much smaller area than we were looking at before. If I zoom in, we can see just how small this this mission becomes. Yeah, look at that. At 12 times zoom, we've got the whole mission on the screen, and it's Midland Crater, Lowlands, Midlands, Highlands, and then into the canyon. That would be the main, like, how the fuck do we do this kind of a moment, you know? Do we just... and then fall into the canyon? Can you slide down the side of the canyon wall? And then we drive the canyon out to the far side crater for the last, like, major leg, but we would get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pretty quick, and then there'd be a heck of a drive to the last one. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that. Just passing through the orbit is scummy. We're avoiding that situation, not going into it with purpose. My thinking is simply that if we want to get paid for a situation, we should enter that situation with purpose. We don't need to do science there, but going there should advance the mission more than avoiding that situation. We have to have progression away from Kerbin. It has to be worth more to go farther away from Kerbin. So you have to count the things that you pass on the way to wherever you're going, even if you don't enter those biomes. That's just, there's no, figure me out a system where Duna is worth what it's worth, where Minmus is worth more than the moon, where, you know, that's what we need. We need progression. So this guarantees progression, but it brings in your idea as well by saying, okay, you get the moon, and then if you pass into those areas, you get to get the bonus for the actual biomes as well. But you gotta have fucking stepping up progression. Or else there's, like, it's not going to be worth it to go to Duna. It's not going to be worth it to, you know, what's the point of going to Elu when it's the same value as going to Eve? You know? Elu has to be worth everything that you passed in terms of gravity wells out, every or rather orbit around Kerbin, with Kerbin as the center of the universe. It's got to be worth, you know, more to go to Elu than it is to go to Minmus. 6 to 8 wheel rover, Sister Mason. We would design a whole new rover for this mission. Lunar rovers land in the highlands, then it's all downhill from there. I would just, it's the canyon is the problem. You know? But that is a pretty good idea, you know, but how do we get... We go from the far side crater, we'd have to climb up the side into, yeah. That's why it kind of makes sense to crater to lowlands to midlands to highlands and then drop in and do the rest of it there, because on either side of this we have to climb if we're going to hit all of them. So we either do the climb here, you know, but this is a slow climb that gets us to a place where we can drop down and then just drive into there. That's why that makes sense to me. If we start on this side of things, then it's like we hit you, and then we're somehow climbing into the highlands so that we can have the downhill track. And I don't know if that's as doable. I think for today we go back to we, we can launch something right now because the last mission took, more than the 14 days, I'm pretty sure. It might not have, actually. It might have just been 10 days or something. Let's go out to that vehicle, or just check on it here, right? The Minmus Polar Expedition Mark 1 has been at large for 12 days. We're supposed to wait 14 days before we launch another thing. So let's go 2 days into the future. Yeah. Let's go 2 more days into the future so that 14 days have passed and then we're allowed to launch something. And then I think maybe just launching more comsats would be the idea. Minmus is certainly proving more troublesome to capture than others, than anything else that we've done. I was going to warp 2 days into the future. So there's 1. And here's 2. And look, the things have dried up a lot, but not perfectly. Look at that. There's little hints of some still drying up. It's just so, there's so much subtlety now in this thing. So that should now be 14 days. Let's check on it. It's 13 days, 5 hours, 50 minutes, yeah. So 10 minutes from now, I think it will be 14 days, if I'm right about the Kerbal day being 6 hours long. These guys are hella away from the moon, too. That's like, if at 2 million meters these aren't adequate for actually capturing, then these don't do the job for, like, the shittiest antenna anyway. Let's look at these antennas. Let's try and make some sense of this nonsensical system that they put in here. Just go into the VAB. And it crashed. I was wondering why it was taking so long to get into the VAB. Kerbal crashed! That's actually surprising. It's been pretty stable. We usually have to run it for like 4 or 5 hours before it crashes. I guess I was jumping in and out to different areas and whatnot. Add a separate, or declare that it's worth the same multiplier for each body that we dodge. I still think that dodging a body is simpler than encountering maneuvering near a body. However, dodging a body does take planning, so it should be worth something. It's not about... It's just to make the mission worth... Kenneth. It's just to make the mission worth more as you move away from it. It's a game design thing. We've got to have a system that is simple to calculate, that, fits into something like we've got, which is this. It can't be overcomplicated. It can't be, let's add a whole nother, like, we want a simple rule that anybody could read and understand, that we can apply, straightforwardly. But we gotta have a system that somehow makes it so that going to ELO gives you, a lot more. Putting a comm satellite in orbit around ELU gives you a heck of a bigger payout than putting a comm satellite in orbit of Minmus. And so there's got to be increasing value the further that you get away from Kerbal. And, there's a couple of different systems that we could come up with for that. I could imagine, like, doing how many million miles away the target is could be a thing, but that's more complicated. It's more just looking at, futzy little minutia and being like, all right, well, it's 45 million, and then trying to figure out, like, a number, a multiplier that works, that doesn't get out of control by the time you're at, Elu or something like that still works for Minmus, and that's just complicated. It's just counting the number of celestial bodies that we have passed since we left the place that we took off from. In fact, is the idea, because eventually we will be launching from, like, Minmus. And that might be worth, you know, when we get to that point, reconsidering some of the ideas for this, because launching from Minmus requires, you know, I don't know, it makes a lot of things easier, but it required you to terraform, it required you to build facilities on Minmus that were capable of producing spacecraft, and so, you know. But simplicity is important. It needs to be something that, if the calculator weren't here, you could still figure out by just sitting down and counting something up. And we have to have a system to pay ourselves where the further away from curbing you go, the more delta V, the more things you pass. The celestial body that's further away is worth more than the celestial body that was closer. It's as simple as that. Basic game design progression. A human being playing a video game needs to be incentivized to do the harder thing that goes farther out. And so this is how you do it. Into the VAB to look at these comm systems. Give me a little, sure, just something to build them on in case that matters. So communication. This antenna rating 500K. I'm just looking at this and like I'm immediately confused again. But I think what's being said, even though, you know, via L1 DSN is 31.6 million meters, if you're not going through the Dish satellite network, if you're not going through, or maybe it's deep space, I don't know. I assume it's Dish satellite network. If you're not going directly to the surface of Kerbin where you've got those communication systems set up, then this is how far it can reach to, like, a relay satellite or to, you know, your mama's house, that kind of thing. So 500K for either type of the communitrons. Next one, 2G. To, not million, we've gone to 2 gigameters. Is that what we're saying here? What? What's 2G? We went from 500,000 to this has a rating of not just 2 million meters, not just 2 billion meters. What is a 2G? Is this an old cell phone? It's getting up to 4G. What do we mean by G? 15 gillion meters. What is a GM in terms of measurement? Because, yeah, I need to know. What do they mean? GM meters. GM meters. It's a Geiger-Mueller meter. Fucking awesome, guys. Thanks for keeping it simple for us, you know. What's a Geiger-Mueller meter? Or is it just gigameter? Thanks for keeping it simple, guys. Kilometer, million mile, you know, million meters, billion meters. Could have just gone with that. We've got GM here. Is it a Geiger-Mueller meter? Most common device used for detect. Okay, it's not a Geiger counter, so it is a gigameter. And a gigameter, 1 gigameter is, so there's 100,000. There's millions.
GM, kilo,
there's billions.
mega, giga.
It's trillion. It's trillion meters. Is what it is. It's a trillion meter. That's what it is. So we went hundreds of thousands to millions to billions and then a trillion. So GM is for G is for trillion. Cool. Kilo mega giga megameter. Okay. I thanks for keeping it simple for us, everybody. I really love it. So trillions of meters immediately. So we go from 500,000 to a trillion. That's and then this is 15 trillion. And then this one goes back down to 5 million for its direct. Wait, no, is this because of the relay?
Thousands, millions, billions. Giga is by.
Giga is bi? I don't think its sexuality needs to come into this, Kenneth. No, we went thousands, millions, billions, and then it was all the way up to trillion. It was in the thing. It's right here. We just looked at it. I counted them up. What? Kenneth, you are more trouble than you're worth today. Where do I not have a reopen fucking closed tab thing in Chromium? Okay, there it is. Yeah, 1 gigameter is equal to first 3. Oh wait, first 3 are hundreds. You're right. I skipped the first. I skipped hundreds. Single, and then tens, and the hundredths place. I went straight to thousands. Maybe because I'm already thinking in. Yeah, but you're right. You're right. So it's a billion. It's a billion meters. Thank you. You're not more trouble than you're worth. You have been more trouble than you're worth today. So we go from 500,000 to immediately 2 billion. But then the relay. Put you here. Put you here. The relay is worth 2 billion? No, that's the one. The relay right here is back down to 5 million. But the relay can't communicate. If the relay has a range of 5 million and my guy with an antenna on him is within the range of the relay, then so when it's too when you need to communicate to a relay, your antenna needs to be able to reach the relay. But then the relay, why does the relay even have a rating for its 5 million? Is relay to relay? Exclusively relay to relay is worth 5 million then? From one relay to another relay, it can do 5 million meters. But it only applies to relays. It can't talk to a direct antenna. No, it can because the direct antenna this is the system they designed. This is the system they designed. They kept it nice and simple for us. If our rover on the surface of Minmus cannot talk to the relay that is in orbit, it's 2 million meters away, so it's within that 5 million meter range, and it wasn't able to talk to it. And so that means that the direct antenna needs to be able to reach the relay. The relay's 5 million meters doesn't matter in reference to the direct antenna. The direct antenna... So the 5 million meter range of the relay is only in reference to another relay? It can talk to another relay that's 5 million meters away, but not to another direct antenna that's 5 million meters away. Whereas a direct antenna can talk to the relay, but only within the range that the direct antenna has. But then we add in the LD, the levels of your, comms network on Kerbal, And so any communication that's coming from Kerbal has its own rating and range in being able to directly communicate with... I think I understand it now. I think it's precisely as horrifically fucking stupid and bad and horrible game design as I've always thought. But I think I get it. A relay's rating basically doesn't exist in terms of a direct antenna. Relays don't matter. The direct antenna has to be able to reach the relay, but the relay does not reach the direct antenna at all. The relay is basically dead to the direct antenna unless the direct antenna can reach it. So direct antenna to the relay, relay to another relay within its range, but more importantly, goes home. And goes home at a rate of 100 million meters, 500 millimeters, or 1.12 billion meters. Sorted by mass, it is also like a kind of insane jump to go from a little 500K antenna to 2 billion. Yeah, because that's how much. What's the rate of increase there? What's the percentage increase from this one to the next tier up? We've gone from 500K, 2 of which would be 1 million if you could combine them that way. And I think you can, but they're not worth 1 million. There's a loss. There's diminishing returns on how many you combine on the same vessel. But anyway, 500K, how many 500,000s are in 2 billion? Big jump. And then this is also a relay. They're just relays. And then we get up to... Okay. So this is that. And then this one is a direct. 15 billion, no relay capabilities. And then this is a relay only for 2 billion. Instead of this is 5 million. So, and that's communication back and forth. And then for back to the KSC, 2 billion, 10 billion, 22 billion. And then finally we've got this guy who's exclusively a relay. I'm just trying to wrap my head around all of the nonsense here. So relay, relay, relay. Antenna, antenna, antenna. So there's 3 antennas and 3 relays in the game. Which, by the way, I think there could have been a few more. I think there could have been some interstitial steps here. But, you made a system that's so utterly complicated that the more that you add, the more horrifically complicated it would become. Whereas at least here, once you understand how the system doesn't work, you can make sense of something a little bit, which is basically, if we're off-world and we need to be able to communicate with orbital relays, then we need to have one of these on it, or those orbital relays need to be within 500,000 meters, 500,000 meters of the craft itself. And the whole relay-to-relay communication thing is just basically... I don't know, is it... Does it matter at all? Under what circumstance will you be bouncing a signal from one relay to the next? Would be a good question. If you are on the back of a planet, dark side of a planet in terms of communicating with Kerbal, and the relay also happens to be directly above you in the shadow of the planet, and so it can't communicate with Kerbal either, you could send a message up to that and then have it bounce one out to another one that's also in orbit and fire that off. It's just horrible. That's just absolutely horrible. Relay-to-relay communication, relay-to-relay conversation. Hello, Gyrox, how you doing? Goal is to get the 8888 antenna, final tiers of science to reach anywhere. 8888? What? What? Antenna to relay needs the same math as relay to Kerbal. Kerbal has a ridiculous antenna value that increases with the tier of the tracking station. Antenna to relay needs the same math as relay to Kerbal. I think I've got it in my own words, which is that a relay doesn't talk to a direct to an antenna. An antenna talks to a relay, but a relay can't speak to an antenna, which is only slightly fucking ridiculous. But okay. It's way too many moving parts that aren't really made clear in the game. And the moment that you start trying to, like, combine antennas together, and then also plan around the, you know, the communications of your tracking station, it's so many fucking moving parts as to be just unapproachable. Unapproachable except to, you know, train enthusiasts.
R&D shopping.
R&D shopping? Oh, there's more shit. That's right. Good. Yeah, I remember there's the big motherfucker that I used for the speed run. I keep forgetting that we haven't unlocked everything yet because we almost have unlocked everything. But the big motherfucker, if I remember... Can I remember what it visually... I feel like it was up here, and then... Is it here then? No. There it is. The RA100 is a relay that does 100 billion in communication to, you know, the relay next to it, but not to an antenna. How can it talk? How can it talk to a relay that's 100, but it can't talk to an antenna that's 100 billion away? How does it have a transceiver that can do that, but it can't? And then here's the Communitron 8888 that you were talking about, which is a direct antenna that has the similar capabilities to the relay. Well, at least these two kind of match each other. That helps to simplify things, although the packet size and bandwidth are different, so... And the electric charge that gets consumed. But at least, like, the ratings are the same, whereas with the other ones, it's just kind of random numbers, isn't it? And so, where am I? I'm looking at this in automation? Why would... Why would antennas be under automation? That seems like... I don't even remember having to unlock that. Is that real? And then further up... These do make sense to be in here. Because it comes through unmanned tech as well. I guess it's just the overlap of having to communicate with your unmanned stuff and automated stuff, and sure, it's fine. It's fine. It's not. None of this is fucking fine. But okay. Hey, look at all the science we returned, by the way. Up to 1,346 science. Is there anything that we'd want to spend it on? Hey, nuclear. Some big old fuel tanks. Then we got a big heat shield and some massive landing gear. We kind of did need that landing gear for some of the planes we've already made. These are, if I recall, wait. These are 1,000 each, aren't they? And so these are 500 each to unlock. Doesn't say until we've upgraded the facility. And by the way, how much does it cost to upgrade the facility? We're almost there. We're almost able to upgrade the R&D center to its final level. We could pretty much upgrade anything else we've got, right? Anything else that we might want to. But we will do that when and as we need to. I think I have a better understanding of the comms and relay system now, just by taking the time to stare the beast dead in its fucking maw. Out to Minmus. Dropping these down into the range seems appropriate. Like, we'll put them down into the 500,000 range, and they'll be very infrequently in a position where neither of them can be hit by where you are on the surface, and they will be able to communicate with one another because they're within the 5 billion... I don't know what the range is off the top of my head. They're within 5 million, I think, of each other, which is their communicating. Their range to be able to bounce it back and forth. So this'll be reasonable. I think I'm just gonna go to the point where it's time to do the mission here, which is I think 3 days ahead at this point. So we'll just... They're gonna speed up as they get closer and closer to Minmus, but the game should also pause us. I don't trust the game. The game should interrupt us with the Kerbal alarm clock system. It's definitely the first one to arrive. You're supposed to stop me several minutes beforehand. Oh, 2 minutes beforehand. And it works! Cool. Let's jump to the vessel. Cool, I've really never used the alarm clock system before. So I'm happy to see that it basically functions. Let's delete that one and close, and get ready to do a retrograde burn. Where's... Okay. RCS on. And it'll be this direction. Periapsis coming up. T-minus 1 minute. Okay. I really don't want to be staring at the sun. Don't really need the descending node. Alright. Burning. And we want to burn this down to 475 as well. Okay, 900. 800 kilometers. 700. 6. 550. 480, and I'm just tapping it in now. Okay, so now is where I could do very futzy little stuff in order to try and hit the numbers that I want exactly. But let's just try and get the 476 down to... Oh no, I'm dropping the periapsis now down further and further. Yeah, let's not do that, actually. Let's pull it back up. To around the 475, and we'll concern ourselves with getting them, like, perfectly aligned after we've got them both trapped down at 475, because we got to get to the other one, actually, in a few minutes here. There you go. 476, 475, RCS off. So we've got that one trapped where it's supposed to be. This guy, the other dude, should be down here. There's too many things on him. You are my target. My target's periapsis is how far ahead of my target, because I'm relying on the Kerbal alarm clock to do it again. I'd just like to verify that it is going to work. That's descending and intersect, but I'm looking for your periapsis, friend. But it won't do. Alright, 6 minutes ahead. I want to see it, do the thing. I want to see it interrupt me with the alarm. So at 10 times speed. It's slowing me down, all on its own and interrupting. So far, the system seems reliable. It's a part of Kerbal, so you have to test it to prove that it's reliable. Delete and close. And where's Minmus for you? It should be above you, really. Shouldn't it? Okay. We've got 5 minutes until this burn. That looks like prograde there, so we'll head up. Toward retrograde. And you are now escaping Minmus as well. And cheating! Used the time warp in order to stop us there. Periapsis coming up at 3 minutes. Go ahead and warp up to it. Can probably start the burn somewhere around here. How long do I think it'll take? I don't think it'll take a full minute. So, T-minus 25 or 20. I'm going to do split the difference and start it now. And of course I could jack up the power of the engine to do it at whatever speed I wanted. Aiming again for 475. Down to 600 now. And getting close. 480. 477. 476. And 474. And a high 474. So good. Our orbital period right now. Let's try and get this one perfect now. We're going to F5. And let's try and get the apoapsis and the periapsis to match to some extent. So back into here, and I'm going to reduce our thrust capacity here to something very low, like 1. And I guess there's probably the most interesting thing to look at while we do this would be like that, because I'm just going to be looking here and pushing things around and seeing what happens. So to raise the periapsis, I can do this, and that raises the periapsis, and it's lowering the app, so I will continue doing that. It's bringing them closer together. Okay, periapsis has stopped getting higher now. This is now bringing them closer together. 7 and 4. Apoapsis has stopped getting lower. But now I'm raising the periapsis. Now the apoapsis is going up too. Periapsis and apoapsis rising when I do that one. This is oh no, now the periapsis is going away. I'm just trying to bring them together. Orbital period is more important than this. But, also, shut up. You know, also it's like, who doesn't want this? Who doesn't like it when these numbers match as well? So we're now 475.7 and 475.8. That's pretty damn close. Making AP and P match for each satellite might be too much. It might be simpler to make sure that both satellites have the same period regardless. Yeah, I said that. But you know, it's nice to have them close. And in fact, how much closer can I get? As we roll, what happens when I futz with it changes, so right now they're kind of in agreement, they both go in the same direction. But the periapsis moves more than the apoapsis when I do this, so that is helping move them together. Look at how close I'm getting to them matching. Look at that. Seven 9, 475 79, 475 77. That's how close they are to one another. Pushing any further is probably gonna Probably gonna, well, I mean, I was just looking for it and couldn't find it. Well, let me give it some more taps, see if I can't get it even better. Seven 776 and 775. 774 and 775. Seven 775 and 775. I have a perfect match. And it's a really nice number, too. 775, that's cool. F5. And now when we come out here, that line should probably spasm constantly. Not knowing what's the apoapsis and what's the periapsis or something. But 475, 775.
Just little farts for perfection.
Why not, you know? Why not? Now we switch to the other guy, and aim for 475, 775, but more importantly, can I get this written in chat? That was 1 in a million! Can I get this left in chat for me? Thank you, Kenneth. 2 days, 4 hours, 17 minutes, 18 seconds. Can we get the orbital period in chat? And then 475, 775, that should be easy enough to remember. Switch to the other one now. Let's see what we can do. They're no longer on the same... so that might be something to fix also, but... Where is the other guy? It's this one? Switch to 475, 775. Okay. 2, 4, 17, 18. Well, we're already there. We already have the same period. Let's futz with it. First off, where are we? Which is the direction we're heading in? I always have trouble with this. I think it's this way because I think this represents sort of, it's brighter because it's your contrail. But also I could say that going brighter would be the more like positive and therefore representative of forward, but I'm always like, I don't fucking know. I think we're going in this direction. I'm asking because, yeah, the descending node is 2 days away. So we would have to go all the way around to get to the descending node. Yeah. To try and get these back into, like, a samey orbit. Or the ascending node. I mean, I don't want to wait for it. That's just 1 minute away. Give me a little bit of time. Can anyone see what's happening? What's changing when I do? Oh. Did I just change it so much that it's immediately gone? Is that the idea? Gimme. I see. It's the other direction. It's so incredibly almost nothing that you're asked to look at here. Like, it's barely on the screen. And in the mess of other lines, it's not helping me at all. 2 days away to get that right, or we go to the bottom and try and get it right. We already have the same orbital period, right? 2 days, 4 hours, 17, 18. So I'm gonna go to the bottom with this. Should only be a day away to the descending node. And then make my corrections there because I want to get us, you know, matching again. Yeah. Yeah, so it was just 5 hours or a day away. And then when we get to it, I'm just going to get real close here where I can see the difference between the lines. And then we'll do some radials. I don't know which direction. Okay, it's this direction. I mean, look at how fucking... This is having a major impact in everything, though. Look at our periapse changing and whatnot. Am I crazy? Oh, it's not radial, it's, Or no, it is radial. I was doing the wrong ones, though. I was doing normal? Was I? No. It's a normal and I was doing a radial. I meant for normal. Clear it out. Add maneuver. I think the problem was that I started saying radial and then I looked to radial. It's like a word problem. Okay. Wait, no, we want it to... lining it up in the middle? No, no, no. You want it to line up with the other one. Yeah, so like that. Right there. So that'll get us back on, you know, exactly the same line. But while I'm doing that, I would love to get us more toward the 475-755 on both sides thing. And so, unfortunately, your apoapse is there. Or it will be there. 476, 475. I see. Is that right? It will be there? No, it would be the orange one is where it will be. And it's telling me over here what it will be, right? Yeah. So that's fine. The periapsis gets pulled to us there. The apoapsis is up there, which means I should be able to reduce, just take a little bit off of the... with retrograde. Pull the apoapsis down. But the periapsis is moving now, too. .476 and .475, and the period will be 2 days, 4 hours, 16:39, which is not it. Orange line's still pretty much dead on the other, though, huh? I'll tell you what, let's just not mix the two burns, really. Not trying to do both at once. This will put my apoapsis ahead of me. If I do that, let me put the prograde back. .475. The apoapsis gets completely fucked, but the periapsis gets right where we want it. And I'm looking for 17 minutes. How is it that we had perfection? That we have perfection currently, if I dropped this. When it's that subtle. Periapsis is always going to be behind me, I guess. Which sucks. Okay, now that I've seen it and I've toyed and tinkered, I'll just get this lined up and then we'll address the rest of it. We'll go around a couple of times. It takes a day or two to go around, it's fine. No big deal. It was like 2 point something meters per second. I can just so barely see this. Alright, and then down to absolute minimum. And the idea is, at the point where we see the ascending and descending nodes switching their fastest, look at that. That's the perfect location. See that? So like right in here, it's one of these two. It's probably here. It would be the perfect place. Because it means the ascending node is about to flip to becoming the descending node, and that means we've nailed it exactly. So that's where we'll do that burn. F5 me and bring me up to it, and we'll just do it. Are you enjoying these tweaks, or is your OBS session not permitting you to let go? That slider is throttle control, not motor limit. It's how much delta V we're applying to the maneuver in each deal. So yeah, bring this back open. And yeah, this slider allows me to, you know, change the scale of the delta V. So 0.01 meters per second at the very bottom, and then at the top it's 1,000 meters per second. Damn near necessary in this game to to futz with that sometimes. Alright, just not a lot of time for me to get where I'm going here. And to burn it. This is my burn, isn't it? Lord, let it be my burn. Yeah, the blue is my burn. And we're missing it. Okay, that's probably... It's very, very close. Yes, as you can see, they're incredibly close to each other. So that's good. But what have we done to our apoapsis and periapsis now? And they're not bad. 474 and 476. App is ahead, so we'll go to the app and we'll adjust it to try and get the kind of height we're looking for, and then we'll do the same thing with the periapsis. We're going to do this one a little bit more, you know, the way that it should be done. Instead of just sitting there and tapping. try and nail it for, with prograde and retrograde without adjusting, you know, without affecting the orbit itself. Coming up on this in 2 minutes. Prograde ahead, and we do want to raise the periapsis ever so slightly. I feel like we might have... Where's the craft? I'm gonna F5. Okay, I think we're crashed. I think we're crashed again. And I feel like if we're crashed again, I feel like this is probably a Black Rack mod issue. because we had a lot of stability until I installed this latest mod, and now we're crashed again. Yep. That's the second crash of Kerbal in this stream, and we've only been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Changing scenes back and forth. Might be doing it, switching in and out of the tracking station, that kind of a thing, but we were a lot stabler before and the only thing that I've changed is I upgraded to the latest volumetric clouds. If I'm crashed again, it's time for another break. We've only been here for 3 hours and 20 minutes. We had a break 2 hours in. It would be until, the 4 hour mark that we'd have another break. But we'll probably just finish this out and then call it a day for this KSP thing. We've accomplished a lot. I'm enjoying getting my comms, into the right position. And then the last thing will be to actually check and see how is our, how often are we out of comms on the surface with our rover? Because it shouldn't be that damned frequently. We should have ostensibly like 2 cones that are going around, and it should be pretty hard for us to be like on the edge of one of those cones or to have both of them blocked in a way. There's definitely going to be places where we're out of comms, but what I'm most concerned about with this cone setup is being somewhere where it's actually more than 475, where it puts us more than 500 kilometers away, because we're, spun a little bit on the surface of Minmus. I'm most concerned about that possibility. All this work, does it work? Yeah. Finding out whether or not all of the little futsy stuff has put it into the place where we need it, or if it all needs to get even lower. Don't probe controllers have a hibernate mode that reduces idle battery use? Yeah. What? What are you talking about? That's the moon. Where's the Minmus? Here's the Minmus. And here's the one that we're working on. 476 and 475. Oh, fuck you. Okay, this is before I did the little maneuver. That's no big deal. I mean, I just have to burn normal when we get to this point. Okay, which we are at the point. We are past the point even. But apparently it crashed without saving my changes, so now we're 10 seconds past where we're supposed to be. It says 0.0 meters per second. I'm gonna drop it, and then step out and check. Yeah, those two lines are pretty damn close now. That's fine. So we fixed that. F5. And now we'll go up to our something. We're at 478 and 475. You are my target. What's yours? 475, 775? Good. I was just, for a moment there, I was like, am I flying the right one, this fucking game? To the periapsis. That's their periapsis. I want to go up to my... Yeah, that's yours. Where's mine? Where's the blue tick that shows my periapsis? Am I... That's the intersect. That's the ascending node. There's the apoapsis. There's another intersect. There's the descending node. Why don't I have an apoapsis and a periapsis for Minecraft? I'm gonna drop. Gonna unset this target. Okay, are you like in there? Are you kidding me? You are perfectly on top of one another? What are the fucking odds? What are the fucking odds? Look at this. One of them is 475, 775 on both sides. What are the fucking odds that the app and parry perfectly overlap one another? I think the game is broken. This can't be happening. I'm gonna add this maneuver even though we don't really need to add a maneuver. We just need to burn something. So 478 on the apoapsis, and this is my periapsis, right? So I should be able to, from there, do that. No, not that. Do a lot less power. .475. Look at that. I can't even at 0.001 meters per second. I can't get the fidelity that I would need to do what I'm intending to do. It's fine. Anyway, it's a 0.1 meter per second. Where's the craft? God damn it. KSP, you're freaking me out here. F5 again, because where's Minmus? Are we above, below? We're below. Okay. Yeah. What I want to do is I want to get in here and I want to make sure that you're just as weak as you can possibly be. 0.5 on that, because that's what I'm going to use. You guys as well. I would like you to be soups weak, but you know, you're already pretty weak, so 5. I need something that will allow me to get what I need. And then we're going to warp up to the node and see if we can't burn it. Take me. Okay. Node's in 55 seconds. RCS on. The act of going to the maneuver node changes where the maneuver node is, and, you know. If I now pull up, Yeah, we're not getting there on time. But I'm trying to not fuck things up. Okay, bring the target to me, and then H. That's as good as I can do. 475, 745 instead of 775. And 475, 619 on the other side of things. It's not bad. It's very, very close. If I started to, you know, fuck with it. To try and get it exact on 775 on both sides here, I would no doubt lose. Our nice matching orbits. I think that's how we ended up losing it in the first place. I'm F5ing from here. I'm thinking of going to the periapsis. And then trying to make those maneuvers, those little futsy, touchy little nothings with these guys, with their thrust limited to almost nothing as well, because we're so close to these being perfect as well. We're at 24173, so really close to your initial estimate. What was it supposed to be? 242016? How do we get that many minutes off? Just 15 seconds quicker than the original. I'm gonna go for perfect. Where the hell is the craft? Here's the craft. And since the lines are overlapping each other, I don't know nothing about nothing, but I'm pretty sure we're heading in this direction. So bring me up to my periapsis. No, we're going in the other direction. Alright, I was wrong. I guess take me to the Apoapsis then. I just want to be in a place that matters. We're so, like, everything is the Apoapsis and everything is the periapsis where I am right now. You know? I should go between the two of them. So about here. And then I'm gonna go for perfect. And what I want to keep an eye on while I'm doing that is how much our lines overlap. So, here we go for perfect. 4747, 62, both of them are going up, which is what we want. There's 775 on the AP. The original was 241718? Really? Alright, I'm gonna keep futzing. See if I can't bring the periapsis up without, you know, messing up the apoapsis. Again, get these lines on top of each other. Okay, that's not the way. With the apoapsis perfect, I'm gonna go to it. And see if we can't get just the periapsis to move. The issue is that our main engine is too powerful, so I can't use the main engine. It has to be the smaller engines. So what I can do is I can burn them. I'm dead on the fucking prograde, though. I'm gonna tap it. F5. Hey. That's really, really close now. $775 and $780. F5. Okay. I mean, I could be completely satisfied with this. This is fine. I now have exact matched orbital periods, and 775 is 475, 775 is 3 out of 4 nodes of periaps apwapses in between these two satellites. Trying to get the apwapsis perfect would mean leaving the apwapsis. Well, it is just ahead of us there, so it would be, rolling in the backwards. The problem is I don't have a backwards... I don't have an N here. I don't have anything that pushes forward. I've got back, and then I got these things. Yeah. So this is going to have to be good enough. And it is good enough. It's incredibly well done is what it is. So, F5. What we now want to see is whether or not this thing has comms. So, having F5'd, and do it again, I'm going to switch to our landed rover on Minmus. You have the satellite orbits close enough that they could touch panels if they swapped their nodes. I like that. That sounds fun. We have direct contact with KSC right now. What's Minmus's and where are we and all that sort of thing. So yeah, we have a direct line right there back to Kerbal presently. And then this is our, this is our trap. Our comms trap. So I'm going to spin us. I'm going to rotate Minmus until we lose line of sight with Kerbal. And we are now out of communications. And we don't have line of sight on that one. But we kind of do have line of sight on that one. Wait. That's not either one of them. It's this one. Yeah, we don't have line of sight on either of them right now. But that shouldn't last long. Right? I would think. One would think. Well, we're on the back side. There, we have comms again. Boom. We go off of the Mooner Headphones Mark II. We just barely have line of sight. And let's keep going. Kerbal Crater Rim. What? We managed to come around to face KSC again. I think this is more the situation we were looking for. Yes, there's going to be some blackouts, but they're going to be rare. They're going to depend on, like, what part of the month it is for Minmus, because these two, when they're less flat with Kerbal, it's going to be more likely that you're going to, maintain comms. See, we're using it right now. We're bouncing off. Bouncing off the Mooner headphones. To communicate with Harvester Massive, and now to the KSC. And then, did we switch to, like, Mark 1 for a second? And now we're just communicating with Kerbal again. And now we're using the relay. This is what we wanted. It works. It works. So, yes, there are blackouts, but they are rare and few, and so long as you're not being attacked by, like, a face-eating, plasma for blood, acid-spitting monster just in the 22-minute blackout, then you should be fine. It's how the movies always go. It's how the sci-fi movies always go. Oh, everybody bunker down. We're hunkered down. We're going to be out of comms for 30 minutes. Oh no, hope something doesn't happen, and then So yeah, that's beautiful. We have accomplished what we came here to, what we set out to accomplish. Our dude on the ground here, by the way, is he set to hibernate and warp auto? He is. Yeah, our fella on the ground is now in near constant communication with the KSC, even when he's on the backside of Kerbal. That's what we wanted. And like I say, in a time where certain times of the month, it's just going to be more, you're never going to be out of contact with Kerbal, and certain times of the month, there's going to be a lot of little blackouts, but it's fine. It's fine. Regardless of orbit altitude, the minimum number of satellites to provide 100%, excluding polar, service coverage is 3. To get 100% coverage, including poles, requires 3 equatorial satellites and 3 polar satellites. It is possible to position a satellite in a solar orbit that happens to spend most of its time over one or the other pole. This is a pretty good trap, I would say, for Minmus. And in a world where you would be, trying to balance how much, how frequently we want to, or how much like communications we want to have, this would be what you would set up. Something like this would be what you would set up, expecting to then mine on Minmus, collect ores and materials, manufacture another satellite, and that kind of stuff, and lift off from Minmus with a third, with the rest of your comms network, right? This is your starter pack, gets you on the ground with most of the time you're in contact, and then you build up from the ground of Minmus. I'm happy. I'm a happy boy. And honestly, I think we need to prepare ourselves for that mission too. I don't think I'm being unfair to say that we just did a mission that Kerbal Space Program itself will give you, which is to, adjust the orbits of your satellites in a certain constellation. They'll tell you to go out and move one satellite, kind of a thing. I think we pay ourselves for what we just did here. We did work. It was damn good work. Incredibly accurate work. Like, unnecessarily accurate work, a lot of people would argue. But I think we pay ourselves for this, and it's a satellite. Satellite missions are the lowest paying missions. They're just 25 grand. I guess salvage is actually Yeah, we haven't done one of those yet. 25 is like the most standard, 25,000 payout. Spheres of influence, biomes, bodies, we were in the place that we were in, so there's nothing like that. Exacting orbits, though, yeah, we had to make an adjustment to both of these to be in exactly the way that we wanted them to, so there's 2 of those. Extra crafts in the group, there's 1 because there's more than 1 craft in the mission, I think is how I would read this. A satellite orbit adjustment, or 2, from high orbit to communication orbit is worth a situation change for each satellite. I think that's a reasonable way of interpreting this mission. There was more than 1 craft in the group. We had to position 2 things into 2 exacting orbits, and so we get this little bit of bonus, 150% over the 25,000, which ends up just being 62.5. I think that's a reasonable number. 1039073. So 110.15. Like 1,101,000. They don't put commas up here either. Get out the old cheats menu. So 101, then it's easier to go up by and then come back. Uh, 101, and then I think it rounds up to, wait. There it is, 101, and then it rounds up, is that right? 101,573, 1... What? 101, 102. Yeah, it does round up. It's supposed to be 101,573, and so that would round up to 102,073 is closest without going over. It's the same. It's either 500 or less or 500 over. It's fine. We give ourselves that. Remember that you don't have a 100 Kerbux button. That 100 is science. Yeah. Yeah. Did I hit it? I didn't intend to hit it. Didn't intend to hit it. What am I doing? No, one more time. And then actually close the fucking thing down so I don't keep opening it. There we go. That was a day in Kerbal Space Program. What did we accomplish today? All the things. We completed the Minmus Polar Expedition. We drove all the way down from the poles of Minmus down to the Great Flats of Minmus. I don't know why I'm in the tracking station. We've already done this. And then we repositioned some satellites. It was a good Kerbal day, and it was enough Kerbal for the next live stream to be something else, I'm pretty sure. Maybe a little bit more Cluster Truck speed running, or maybe one of the other games that I've got staged, but I think from here on out, we should do like 1 or 2 Kerbal streams and then something else to just get a little distance, get a break from. Mm-hmm. That was at least 1 week, maybe 2. Yeah, in terms of Kerbal time, it was some time. Kerbal time. I love that we have, if I turn on debris, this marker. This is like you land on a place and then you leave a flag planted there. This is our flag. This is the flag that we planted on Minmus when we landed on it, and it allows us to see like how far we traveled by rover, which is 4.5, 5 hours worth of travel, I think, right? 3 hours in one live stream, 1.5 hours in another. This is our flag. This was the engine that we took up to Minmus right here. 3 little ant engines on a donut tank, all attached to a cubic or just an octagonal strut. That was the engine. And this engine, by the way, pushed that rover all the way from LKO. All the way from LKO. We just got this into orbit, and then this brought us the rest of the way. And if we wanted to send another one to the moon like we were talking about, which I'm kind of interested in that mission. I like that little strip that comes out of the canyon that comes out of that one thing. I kind of like that mission. We could just adapt. In fact, let's go back to the Space Center and watch KSP probably crash again because it's too many scene changes if we got a memory leak or something in the new mod. Back into the KSC. We could so easily adapt this to go to the moon. If I just load up the Minmus Polar Expedition. Okay. So here's our guy. And all that really needs to happen is for the octagonal to become an Oscar. I'll bet anyway. So fuel tanks, by mass, Oscar B. You go in here. I'm sure you move up a bit. Break this off so we can see. Put our engines back in place. Go ahead and tuck them up a little bit more like that. Just like they were before. And so now, how much delta V would we have in vacuum and at the moon? So we would have 2,000 meters per second of delta V with a TWR of 3.54 at the moon. Which is good for landing. That's perfectly adequate for landing at the moon. And then the 2,000 meters would be, if we just push this to LKO, that's all that we did with the last one. We push this to LKO, then to land on the moon, and it's a one-way trip, we just need the 860 and 310, which is 1,170, so 1,200 plus another 600, so 1,800. This is 200 meters per second more than what we would actually need. We could lower this down to being more like 1,800, 1,900, and we'd still have like an excess. Although for the sake of landing, it don't hurt nothing to bring extra fuel. And so then I would put this back here, just like that. In fact, I think this... Well, let me pull this off because I want to make sure, but this... Yeah, that does bring the engine with it. This is supposed to just tuck until it's like right up against there, but it's not quite touching. Yeah. And then we do like that. And so that's worth 2,000 meters per second of delta V. From sea level, we've still got 904 meters per second. You would want to add in a little bit more thrust to that, but still keep it low. Remember what happened last time. 69, nice. So we'll leave it there, 1.1717 there. That'll get us up after 900 to about 8-9 kilometers. Let's say 8. And so 900 plus 2,300, and so that's about 3,200. It's close enough, especially considering we've got a little bit extra here for it to finish itself off. It wouldn't be a bad thing for this to drop back into the atmosphere on its own without us having to do, we don't get without us wasting our time with circularization. So that's perfect. And then this is ready to go to the moon. This is immediately the Moon Polar Expedition Mark 1. I think. Kenneth never got to see the transfer stage. Yeah, this was it. This was the whole ship. And there's what happens when you pack my rover up. That's how small it gets. I think that future junk recovery mission, says Jermaine. No, we leave. That's our flag on the surface of Minmus. I don't know if that's what you were talking about. Nice to see how small it was. I think that junk recovery will come after extraplanetary fuel. Maybe craft manufacturing. Let's see how it flies. Remember, fruit flies like a rotting apple, but time flies like an arrow. What? I don't have the mental space for these old-timey wisdoms at the end of a Kerbal live stream. This is ready to go to the moon, I think. You know? The SRB is really like... It should have more... You would think it wants more thrust. From sea level. But, it got out of control the last time I tried to fly it, and got way too fast, way too quick. So, starting low is important there. And then when we switch over to this guy, to the 1.43, we could add some more into that, because it'll probably be more like 1.5 or 1.6, even, when we would transfer over, just to minimize the difference in change of velocity. I'm aiming for a 1.6, there's a 1.6, there you go. The Moon Polar Expedition. And maybe that's our next thing. That location at the moon, too, that we picked out, is very equatorial, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. I was just looking at it at the zoom, on the zoom map for ScanSat. But if I recall correctly, and I do, I think I do, this is the moon, and the spot that we were looking at, is it there? It's one of these guys, and it's one that has the streak coming out from it, so it's gotta be that. Can I open the zoom map from here? Because I got the big map, but export map to disk, waypoint selector. Get rid of the grid. Yeah, it's this one. And without the grid, I can see clearly that there's your stretch right there. And so the idea would be to land Midland Crater, and I think it's actually this one. Wait, here? That's Lowlands. That's Midland Crater. So right there, you land there, Midland Crater, you come up the lowlands that are right next to it, into the Midlands, over to the highlands, down into the canyon, and then ride that over to the east far side crater. I like that mission. How many is that? That's Midland Crater, Lowland, Midland, Highland, Canyon, and then one more type of crater. That's 6. 6 biomes in one go. And it's just very interesting terrain to drive through. I've always been interested in this little canyon. I wonder if it's even reasonably drivable with this rover. This rover is, you know, not exactly the most ruggedized kind of a thing. In fact, that would be one thing that we could adjust on the rover that proved itself a little bit too fragile on Minmus, was our camera. This camera here was too far forward, impacted some stuff and broke off, and so if I were to just tuck it a little bit more in, a little bit more back, say like that, that would probably help. The other thing that could help, if I do it though, it changes kind of everything. If I rotate this, it changes, you know, how we have to fly on the way up. But I remember there being a little bit of a probably imbalance in the weight that pulled us off of the equatorial line. I'd just be a little bit more careful about managing that on the way up. It never used to be a thing. I don't remember it being a thing where you had to worry about drifting from the equatorial line so much, but these days I do for some reason. I'm reading what you're saying, Kenneth, but I'm trying to process it internally, so I'm not reading it out loud. Fruit flies like a rotting apple, but time flies like an arrow. Yeah. Jermacian said, plan your first probe to Duna or Eve pre-scouting. No. So now we've been here for 4 hours, which makes it a complete live stream, you know. Futzing with this little thing, having it ready, having it prepared. That means that when we next come back to Kerbal Space Program, whether it's next live stream this Thursday at 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time or on a Sunday at 2 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, we will have this just ready and waiting for us, and we can just put it on the pad and go try and land the sucker on the moon and start driving and find out if we're even able to do what I hope to do, because Minmus is a lot less chewed to shit than the moon is. It also has a lot less gravity, so you don't, have to fight. Ooh, hang on. That's a thing. The rear wheels. The rear wheels motor is disabled. But it was also like the motor strength it was zeroed. Or am I crazy? Is that something you don't have control over? When we were in the field and I tried to make us go faster by enabling the rear wheels to help, it didn't help at all when we went to four-wheel drive. You look at all these little options. Friction. Maybe we were just truly at top speed and there was no way to, even with all four wheels kicking as fast as they could, 28.7 meters per second was as fast as they could, that the wheels are able to spin. Hey Prawn, did you know that you can use the pirate streaming services I linked to host a synchronous watch party? No, you linked some stuff? Oh, I see. You just linked there. And that's how you can watch Avalon. It is slow, but it's worth the time it takes to watch it on Pawn's recommendation and mine. Yes. Yes, indeed. Avalon is worth the wear and the trouble. It's part of my hive now. That's how I get things. But that's interesting that you can do synchronous streaming and everybody watch at the same time and have that experience over the internet. I think that would be very fun. So then I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna switch editors. I'm gonna open up the Drone Buggy Mark III, which is that, except that this is, this hasn't been fixed. But let's fix it here. I think that's reasonable. I also think that we're going to have... Our hat brim is going to come over what our eyes see, but it might be fine. We'll have a look at it. These are disabled. Motor disabled. What I want to see... is whether or not enabling it makes a difference in our acceleration, I guess. Because the moon, we're gonna need four-wheel drive on the moon. We're definitely gonna need four-wheel drive on the moon. So, I believe the way we do this is 4 to unlock, 5 to deploy. Brakes on 3 to relock, but some of them don't work. So, this is the one that didn't lock up. But if I just roll it back and forth a little bit... Did I just... Wait. Yeah, I think I did. It doesn't matter. Alright. So... Now when I enable the motor... Okay, it was saying 0 because I wasn't applying anything. But yeah, we're getting 4-wheel drive out of this thing then. So I will be able to enable that live in the field. I just wanted to be sure. Because if we drop this on the moon, you know, it's going to need that. Another thing to consider would be, what about our antenna? What about our comms? The only way that it would be able to communicate is if we put on a better antenna or you know, doubled up on the antennas that we have to try and hit like the range that we would need. 6 wheels, says Jermasian? I mean, look at it. Where do they go? 2 foldable plane wheels? What kind of wheels do we have left? There you go. Start retracted. Nobody has any idea. Yeah, this design is this design. It's gonna remain this. But what is our what range do we need to communicate with the relays that are currently at the moon? How far are they from the moon? Oh, and I don't think we'll be able to find out even. Because here's the moon, but our relays are outside of the moon's orbit. Intentionally. So, measuring the distance between the moon and them isn't really a thing. I feel like... Okay, wait. So this... Yeah, 2.2, that's what I was going to say. I feel like 2.2 million is the range before you leave orbit of the moon. And so... If that's 1 and then 2, then we're looking at... They're both like 3 million away from the moon, right? If this is 2.2, we go 1, split it in the middle, 1, 2, then they're a little less than 3, if anything. That's 2.2, well, it's 2.2, so 1.1, 2.2, 3.3 would be like here probably. So probably 3, yeah. 3 million away, plus they gotta be able to hit here and here in theory. So if they're 3 million away, we need a direct antenna that can transmit 3 million, or an antenna solution that can transmit 3 million. And I think immediately we can rule out the idea that we can put enough of these little antennas on it in order to make it work. That said, there is a spreadsheet somewhere that does it. KSP spreadsheet comms for communications antenna relay. I created a simple ASP1 and 2 signal. When was this? This was a year ago? We had the maker of this, of the calculator that I'm thinking of, in chat not long ago. I want from the forums. Yeah, from 2017. It's Pudmund, yeah. And then here's the link. It's a Google Doc. And so the idea would be what? Save a copy by clicking. I've done that in the past. Oh, so I can't edit it live. What I'm interested in is how much they double, you know? But I'm not like logged into Google. I don't log into Google through this browser, so I don't know that we can. Let's look at, that's the one though, that is the one. Let's look at the other one that was posted on Reddit in 2020, whatever, a year ago. 2024, 2025. You can access it here. Okay. We want to go to Minmus. It's not really from Kerbal, though. Like, I want to track from one to a relay. A 16S plus a 16S. And then an HG5. And we are at level 2. This is a little too simple, is really the problem. Yeah, you see there's a diminishing return. You keep adding them on. Alright. So I don't think we could put enough Communitron 16s to get 3 million range. Putting a satellite in the first 4 Lagrange points will ensure continuous communications. I don't want to, though. We've got a fun mission that we could do. We've already done a bunch of boring comms missions. Yeah, this one's a little bit too simple for what I would like to know, which is how many of these it would take. Obviously, one of these gets her done. Neat calculator, though. So the problem would be that we can't possibly fit one of those. Alright? The DTSM one, that's the guy. And then there's just no room for something like that on this. The way that it packs up and connects and whatnot. And so, yeah. What we could do is, like, drop a communications tower with it. Maybe that's the solution. Oh, that sounds so fucking cool when I said that, didn't it? Didn't that sound cool when I said that? We drop a communications tower with it so that it can communicate with the tower, and then the tower can communicate to the relays, and the relays can communicate That's what you do. You should have 2 HG5 and 1 16S. Well, the limitation is the 16S. If the 16S can't communicate with the, if 500,000, if the relay isn't within 500,000, then it won't hear it, is what we saw at Minmus. So, switch editor, open up the, VAB, the Moon Polar Expedition. Now, the best way to do this then would probably be if it were like the communications tower were at the highest point, right? So we would land on at the highest point to start. Doesn't really work for our path. Can I mount the antenna on top of something here? I mean, the antenna's friggin' huge for the rest of the craft. It doesn't attach to the computer. I could lose one of our solar panels, maybe? And then, you know, be kind of fucked for the electric, but I could just replace a solar panel with this, or on the rear of the craft. Say I were to rip this off. Why so serious? Why so serious? Am I crazy? Ah, I see. No, this is the bottom. Wait. It can't be the bottom. Because of where you are. How's this fucking thing deploy? You deploy out like that, so that's the top. But you're not there. How are you there? You are. You're on the back of the thing. I see. Well, the other way to go would be to rip it off from the front. It's huge, isn't it? I guess, I'll experiment with that. I like the idea of dropping like a comms tower. Problem with the comms tower is we'd lose, you know, line of sight with it. You know, if we leave it in the, if we leave it where we land and we want it to land in the crater, then by the time we're in the canyon, we're fucked. And honestly, anywhere on the moon, if we're in the canyon, we're fucked. Yeah, actually, will we be able to navigate at all while we're in the canyon is a question. Visual antenna range display. Let me, pull this open. Something Dramasian is linked in chat. Ah, see, this is brilliant. This is what they should have had in a fucking game, huh? In a fucking game to at least, like, help people to start to come into understanding of what the fuck your system is even. Yeah, that's a worthy mod to consider right there. That's an interesting little something there. Let's the simplest solution, just to figure out a way to force the bigger antenna onto this design. Maybe we could even figure out just a different place to put the solar panels. Good God. It cannot penetrate. So to prevent penetration, it would have to be there. And then it becomes a bit of a liability, really. The other way we could go would be to put it on just in an angle that just doesn't, you know, it's like, what? But that works anyway. It's not like it will be deployed when we're not using it. Yeah, that's actually, that works. And then if I just reload it, we don't actually even have to we don't have to abandon the solar panel either. It fits. It doesn't extend the size of anything. It's weird that it comes out like that and gets used like that, but it works. Let's put it on the pad, deploy it, and see it in action. Trammelant twice. Wait, trammel-ant? Trammel and twice. Trammelin'. Lord, I was born a trammelin' man. Twice. It's something like that. Hey, Pawn, my 13-year-old dog just died 2 days ago. Get out of my No, it feels like I was in an accident. Did you ever have a pet like that?
Trammelan twice has a heavy, real-world question that looks like they could use some uplifting. Hey, Pawn, my 13-year-old dog just died 2 days ago. It feels like I was in an accident. Did you ever had a pet like that? Quote.
So I had a basset hound named Lucy, my first dog ever. When we got her, she was this big. She was like, my mom got her, and I was a tiny little child myself, and I rode with her to wherever we went to get the dog and rode home, and I had no idea that the dog existed because she had kept the dog wrapped in a blanket in the center console in the car between us. And then we got home and she was like, look! And so we had her from this, you know, this size to basset hound. You know, they look old when they're young. She looked old. She looked old, and she had a number of different litters of puppies and all that kind of stuff. We had her forever, and she had actually gone between various members of my family. You know, it was my mom, and it was Lucy was my dog, but you know, I was with my mom, and we were a divorced household. So in the end, it was Lucy was with my dad because it was just more convenient for him to have her, and she got, you know, real old, and I came to visit. They were living in Florida at the time. I came to visit, and while I was down there, my dad decided it'd be a good time to put Lucy down while I was living with them, and I was very, very not happy with that, and not okay with that. It seemed to me as though my dad was just trying to, you know, not have to deal with his main complaints was, you know, she's cost so much on like pain medication and stuff. And so I was very, very upset with him and at the whole situation. And then I spoke to the other members of the family, and pretty much everyone in the house was like, oh no, she's in a lot of pain. And, you know, I had just come to visit, so all I got to see of her was her being excited to see me again. And so I, nonetheless, you know, had to witness, had to be present, and was on the floor staring into, you know, her eyes as she drifted off, kind of a thing. And was real angry at the people around me at the same time. So I have had an experience of losing a pet that was very important to me, and very, you know, I had a connection with since I was almost as young. You know, we were nearly born next to each other, really, for as young as I was when I got Lucy. And it's a thing. It is it's a hard thing, and there's no consoling it. There's just time, you know, there's just time moving past, get a little distance, you know, it's the human condition, is we experience our trauma, and you know, it heals. It doesn't heal in a way that it doesn't leave a scar, but it heals, and then you've got the scar. It's just, you know, what I'm trying to say, or what I'm trying to communicate is that instead of uplifting you, is that I would rather just say, yeah, no, it sucks. It's supposed to suck. It's gonna suck. And then there will be a time when it just isn't the thing that you think about first thing in the morning, and then it will be the time where it isn't the thing that you think about at any point during the day, and then it isn't the thing that you think about in the course of a week, and then a month, and then you know, you come to be okay with it, and what's left after the wound and the scab and the scar, what's left are, you know, the memories that you have, the good memories. The pain is the part that flakes off over time. No dodging the pain, though. Don't try and get out of the pain. In fact, the faster that you drive into the pain, the more you embrace the pain, the more you accept your own pain, the faster it will heal. That's my best advice. Thanks, man. Everyone is avoiding, but not you. Thank you. Oh, the pain is real. Yep. And there's no, yeah, you don't get out of it. You just get through it. Let's have a look at what this does. So we deployed fine, apparently, there. Brakes off, steer a little bit forward, brakes on. I mean, we know that this thing drives. We know what it does. We know all about it. If I extend the antenna, it clears. It needs to move a little bit over this way. It didn't quite clear that without penetrating. Unlicensed streamer says, oh wait, what were we talking about while I was rambling on? Wait, unlicensed streamer. I'm zooming by rolling. I'm rolling up in chat. Unlicensed streamer. There's a lot there. I see you, unlicensed streamer. That's all I can say. I'm reading back all of the things that were said. I see you. I recognize you. Damn it. I'm clicking all of the buttons now. Unlicensed streamer. God, I hate to say, you gave me the Mars First Logistics, right? I'm not confusing you for someone else, am I? If I am, it's someone who starts with the letter U. Unlicensed streamer. I looked at Mars First Logistics, and I now have it installed, because it looks so good. It looks so good that I'm entirely, like, ready to give that a play, you know, sometime soon. So thank you for Mars Logistics, because it looks like, yeah, that'll be fun. The 3D, what did you call it? It's a 3D version of the Nimbatus Space Drone Constructor. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna roll this back. I'm gonna make a minor adjustment to it. Spaceplane hangar. I'm gonna sort of shift things over to the left, or rather to the up here, so that there's a little bit less penetration when it deploys. But that's pretty much it. That's all that really needs to happen. In fact, maybe there is the number, and then one more time back out to the runway just to see. And then, in fact, I can take off the other antenna, which gives us more ground clearance in theory, which it'll be good for the moon to not have any equipment like dragging with the underbody. Look at how this thing packs up when it's not deployed. Look at how tiny that is, and then we do that, and it kicks out, and then I hit that, and it most of the time doesn't work. There we go. Got it. And now deploy. There's no way that you're... Oh, perfect. Look at how it just barely touches that. I like that. We deploy, we got clearance in all the directions. We'd be able to transmit. Looks cool. Now the only, last little concern would be the difference in weight that it creates from front to back. Not on the vehicle, but for the sake of, transporting it. I'm not worried about adding weight. So the last two things are check the weight, see if there's something we can do to balance it, and rip this commutatron off. And then look at every single thing is kind of protected by the shell, by the body and stuff like that, except for you, I guess. But you're fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. We just did a lot of traveling on Minmus with this little guy, so we know that it's sturdy and has all of the right clearances. Back to the spaceplane hangar. And can get rid of you. And then the weight. So what is the weight of that antenna? The weight of the DTS M1 is 0.05 tons. The weight of the surface scanning module is 0.005 tons. Oof. I would say oof, maybe. Oh, hello. I can balance out the weight by adding one of these. What do you think of that? How do you like me now? And if I do like that, it doesn't look quite as naff. How do you like me now? And so 0.05, 0.05. There's still a little bit of weight discrepancy between this up front, which is 0.005, and then all three of these, each one of these is 0.005. So actually, could I... Yeah. We can get this... we're perfecting this thing for the moon. And that's the beauty of it. I mean, for Minmus, we did a Minmus version. We found out what the limitations were. And now, look at me now, ma. Action groups. Give me this. 8 is where I usually put comm deployment, so toggle antenna with 8. Put a scanning arm. There's no room for a scanning arm, Dramacian. Can you mount the dish inverted on the bottom? Mounted on the bottom, but configured so that it deploys up? Is that a thing? There's kind of no... I think I see what you mean, but this build is very much about, like, not penetrating in a way that's unrealistic. I think I see what you mean, though, for, like, maybe you tuck it in here, and then it opens upward, and, you know, that would... the game would allow me to do that. But this whole build has been about packing everything good and tight without violating the spirit of the Lord our God Christ. Spirit. Yeah, this is pretty. This is beautiful. So we're going to the moon now. That higher gravity. Could you mount a hex frame on top with 2x3 panels and a radio dish, because won't we need more power for that higher gravity? On top is where we connect, though. Like, if you're saying up here, I guess you're saying, like, make it taller, and then we will definitely be using more electricity, especially if we're running all 4 wheels at once. But I think we still overpower with our panels, although, you know, not all of them. Let's see what the ratio is here with the wheels. The Rove Max, is that what we're using? No, it's the deployables. It's this. It's the Mother 1 Effer Rover wheel. And the consumption is 1 a second. So 4 per second if we've got them all 4 going. And meanwhile, the panels. Why is everything backwards? Yeah. The panels produce 0.3 a second. We're going to be using 4 a second, and the panels only produce 0.3? But if the panels only produce 0.3... and we were using the both of them before, then they would have been using 2. I guess that's at max torque, and once they're going, they don't need as much energy to keep going. Is I guess how that worked out for us. Thank you, Pawn. You are still unanswered, which should be interpreted as a gift. What? Thank you, Tramelin Twice, for feeling like you could share that sort of a thing with me. And on our streams there. Move the mounting point up to make room for accessories, is what Kenneth was suggesting. And what were the accessories again? Another hex frame with 2x3 like panels that extend out and produce more for us and stuff. I will take this for another drive. And we'll see what's the electric consumption here on Kerbal, where the gravity's even higher. Now, we'll presumably, we'll want to look at it sort of going uphill would be desirable, since there will be a fair bit of that on the moon. But 4, 5, 3, and they both got locked by spamming. Cool. Enable this motor. And I'm watching the draw up here. It's very much the end of the day. There's zero power being generated by the rear guy. There's reasonable sun exposure on the front, dude. So with only one panel going and all four on flat terrain, we've nearly broken even. And that's at a full out go. You know, this is a full burn there. Let's see. We could definitely use a little bit more generation, but I would sooner put more of these single panels on it than have deployables. I also think the deployables, I guess I think would be, again, like not in the spirit of the build. Because there's going to be a lot of, you know, bouncing around and stuff like that. And they would be, even if we could get away with it, they'd be quite fragile, I would think. Deploy antenna, get real expectation. Well, I wouldn't deploy it until we were stopped and transmitted. That's the beauty of this antenna, is that it toggles open and toggles closed, so we can use it and then throw it and then close it back up and carry on. But if we could get another panel on, I wouldn't be angry at that. I mean, it seems like I could just put a panel there, couldn't I? One more would definitely overpower our needs. Do like that, and then with the snapping, that should be dead center, and we lift it up. Where can I get away with having it? To put it back out on the pad and see. See if this works. See if it destroys it when it, like, when the decoupler decouples. Oh, I would need the antenna deployed for control. That's right. That's true. 4 or 5. And 3 seems to have worked there, so that's cool. No complaints. Yeah, this is very fragile then. You know, that's another consideration. It's like, this is just gonna be fragile. As many times on Minmus as we, like, bounced and flipped and shit like that, if we had an antenna like this on it, that antenna would have been broken off, and we would have lost all control in the moment that we needed it. We're getting sunlight from it. However, this also got stuck because of it. Yeah, this probably isn't really a solution then. Considering that we need comms. Well, if I want comms when we're not facing Kerbal, then yeah, this isn't really a solution. It doesn't really work. It's too fragile. We could put one of these on here. There you go. It's too fragile. That's it. Always have a 16 for a backup. I suppose, and it will allow us to, you know, go. Allow us to carry on when the moon is facing Kerbal, no matter what happens. So I'm putting that back in place, but I mean, if the point of this is to give us control when we're not on that side of things, we might as well just not have it. I don't know. It seems that way to me. Seems like it's just needless. Is what I would say. Oh, and you're saying the antenna draws power. Just, well, it's open. And this antenna, just to be open, would have a certain draw? I would think that it would mainly just be, like... It doesn't say. Like, transmission, 34.3 a second. Whereas you're 20 per second. Wow. That's... I don't know. I don't know that this makes any sense then. If anything, we just plan to only operate when, you know, when during the day on the moon while we are facing Kerbal. That's maybe that's what we do. And then if that's the truth and we just get rid of that, then we suddenly have room for more of this. And we get more transmittable data. Why you like that? Fact, you just deploy because yeah. Like that. I would like them to be, you know, perfectly matched. It doesn't look like that's really an option. I just do a little tuck. And then I grab you. Oh yeah, no, you can't fit like that. You have to be straight up and down. And you also end up blocking the screen, which I don't know if I can tolerate that. That seems okay. If I just ditch you and grab this and then put it back. Tap it. Put you in there. Roll you back until you're not penetrating anymore. Pull you up. keep you as low as I can. So you get both of those. And that's a lot of mystery goos. And it adds a fair bit of weight, too. Like a painful amount of weight. Like, I'm kind of against this amount of weight. I like the 2 on the side. I don't love the 3. Yeah, I don't think that this antenna is usable on a rover that is supposed to be this, you know, solid. It's meant to be banged around. It's made to survive like it did on Minmus. And if we put that fragile ass, weak ass fucking antenna there, 8 meter per second impact tolerance where it could just break off at any moment, kind of just wedged on here, and we try and keep it open the whole time, we're gonna lose it. And it just, I think for the sake of the moon mission, we just go without. We just purely go without, you know, the ability to communicate, except when we are facing Kerbal, when we have line of sight with Kerbal. And I guess that's fine. That's a reasonable sacrifice for the sake of this little mission. We have nonetheless improved the hell out of this thing just by moving stuff around. We now have the weight balanced, and we've doubled our mystery goo. No, we always had these 2 on here. That's right. We did always have those 2 on there. I could add a 3rd if I had another 0.05 ton thing there. I have a problem with just 4 mystery goos. I wouldn't mind having one up here. It's kind of an aesthetic thing at that point, but something back here would have to counterbalance it. But it would have to be 0.05 tons. Could throw a fuel cell on. And it would also have to be, you know, of use. There you go, 0.05 tons. I don't think it makes sense. I also think that keeping our weight at a reasonable amount so that it doesn't change the profile of the ship that we've already got that goes to the moon is a good idea. Our main issue right now then is having added this panel. It needs to not get this stuck is basically the thing. And I'm wondering if I couldn't just create a little bit of breathing room between the 2 of you. And I've lowered that down. The force is, you know, full force. I'm gonna save that and launch it. You say weight, I say ballast. Yeah. I feel like all the little things that we've tried to attach to it they're flimsy. They're not. We lose the benefit of the experience of Minmus. Okay, I was able to stop it, and it didn't help. All right. There we go. Got it to lock. Got it to lock. So that's what I'm looking for right there. Now maybe we pull backwards a little so that wherever that thing lands or landed, think I heard it pop. Didn't hit us anyway. And then, yep, you've got a very reasonable position here. You're helping to generate a little bit extra electricity for the fact that we'll be running in 4-wheel drive mode, which we should probably have. I don't need a toggle for it. It'd be nice to have a toggle. What's 0? Oh, 0 switches our SAS mode. That's right. Yeah. So I don't want to fuck with that. 1 takes in all the stuff. 2 doesn't do nothing. 3... I don't know what 3... you just look at it. 1, nothing wrong with me. 1 is taking all the data to 3. Oh, right. 3 and 4 and 5 are all deployment stuff, and then there's... Wait, 6 does something? 6 toggles the motor on the back wheels? Yeah, 6 already does toggle the motor on the back wheels, so I had a 4-wheel drive already in here. So, 6, motor's enabled. Okay. So there's your 4-wheel drive. Damn it, I clicked out of Kerbal. And the sun is, you know, going down on us. Oh, and I'm pushing against the brakes, so let's not do that. Although pushing against the brakes does give us like a simulation of trying to climb a mountain kind of a thing, and it was certainly sucking through the juice. But we've added more electric capacity. And we're not getting much from this panel right now because the sun's mainly in front of us. I think we've made these slight improvements that can be made to this. Oh, need to check our cameras. Cameras look good. I was expecting to, see like the bottom of the solar panel coming over the top of our view here, but this is fine. And of course we've got two cameras, so we've got a night vision mode and a mode like that, and then we've got lights as well, which don't really have much of an effect, I guess. And we're up to 22. You thought I was gonna hit it. I would never do anything to harm this vehicle. Never. Never anything. I think the fact that we were in the weird camera mode when that happened, now I can't, now I'm... anyway, that never happened. It's just me on the screen. How did we do that? How do we manage to get just me on the screen? What in God's name is going on? OBS is now broken. OBS is frozen. This has never happened. Hi. How you doing? I'm the Ronin Pawn. Kerbal, so the thing is, OBS is now, like, I'm waiting for it to respond. I cannot interact with any of it. it's not listening to my inputs here. I think we might need to end the live stream. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close down Kerbal Space Program and see if that release of the GPU resources gets me back to the point where OBS comes back to life. So you just hang with me. If you're still with me at all, I don't know. Maybe everything stopped working. Maybe we're no longer transmitting. Are we still live? Yeah, we seem to still be live. I have closed KSP, and we are still stuck here. So, thank you all for joining me on this. I am the Ronin Pawn. Can you hear that? I don't know what is and isn't where. I can't interact with OBS at all. This has never happened before. I'm gonna assume that there's some bug patch work ahead on the mods that I'm using for KSP or something. I don't know. But thank you all for joining me on today's Kerbal Space Program. We'll be back this Thursday at around 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern, 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern time with something. Maybe it'll be the next KSP thing. Probably not. Probably I'll take a little gap. We'll do a cluster truck, and then we'll come back to KSP on the next live stream, which will be on Sunday. We do these on the Thursdays and the Sundays at around 2 to 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern time. I hope you'll meet me back here on one of those days when the stream is working. The OBS software as well as the game. I have nothing more to say. Pawn out! And then we would go to black. We would fade to black, and then the music would fade out. We can't do that. I have to just hit Alt F4. So, bye.